Chat, do you think this cat knows that he's a cat? I'm not certain that he knows he's a cat. Cat, do you have anything to contribute here? Okay. Figured I'd ask you. That be said that I'm not considerate, you know? I gave you an opportunity to give me insight into feline kind. But instead, you're just gonna insult me. Okay, fine.
Do you
I
hear something?
understand.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
I understand. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Give me one more second. I'm holding back a sneeze. There it is.
Hello, traveler.
All right. Hello. How we doing? Don, Thumb, Priz, Jaybridge, Mr. Madness. Stone Retirement Plan Stage 2, outsourcing who plays the build. As any Moze player would. As any Moze player would. So, our resident DoT expert, Mr. Stone_Swan, had an urge to see how far Moze could take dots. And, he set up a save, and I've been messing with it and optimizing a little bit. And I think there's some potential here. So we're gonna just focus on that for most of today's content, I think. A lot of it is similar to how Amara.gun works, but there's some key things that Moze doesn't have that Amara does. Which is why we have to do weird things like use a company man. Company man is here because it rolls status chance passives. Amara gets that in tree, Moze doesn't. Hey McBain, how are you? But there are things Moze can do that Amara can't. So like normally the pick is version 0.m. Because it's the highest amp shield and the circle's really good formula wise. But Moze can do things like sustain a mana wall, which provides a bonus element and 90% true damage reduction, while also being a triple amp shield, which is not as potent as an 0.m, but it's close. Infernal Wish is also an option. I've been experimenting with a bunch of different stuff. So the idea behind this weird skill tree is we get the DoT support in purple. Unfortunately, Explosive Fury doesn't work. That'd be so sick here, but yeah, it doesn't work. We get the DoT support down here. 100% status damage here, also 100% cryo damage. We get 120% cooldown from this. Green, we want Cloud of Lead. Scrappy, I put one Redis. This depends on weapons. Like, if I start clicking with a kick charger, this is less valuable, but for the other guns, this is nice. And then, of course, Russian Offensive to sustain shields with a Bloodletter. Max Red Tree. Now, this is because Tenacious Defense with Mana Well is fantastic. But you'll notice that we have 5 out of 3 Thin Red Line and 6 out of 3 Desperate Measures. The idea is we want as much gun damage as we possibly can. Because on-shot modifiers increase dots and on-hits don't. So what that means is gun damage is going to be key for getting better dot value. So Drowning in Brass, Desperate Measures, Fouling Doctrine, Tenacious Defense, all of that. And we have full can of Whoop-Ass, because this is more damage reduction here. 5 seconds, action skill start, 50% damage resistance. We have this here. Basically, we're ridiculously tanky. And this is a Moze tree that we have almost no blue tree. Really weird threshold of investment here. I was trying a version that had 5 Grizzled, and that has pretty good action skill cycling, but I decided to pull the points to go down to a more bare bones so that I could cap out red for the Mana Well interaction. Hey Smug, long time no see. Hope you're well. You tried Explosive Fury Fix mod. I know for the sole purpose that I don't see myself going back to not using it, and that would ruin build crafting for Moze for me. Melt chance? Yeah. That's my go live alarm. Melt chances for corrosive DoT. And it was a pog choice? Yeah. Because, like, Bloodletter lets you sustain it, and it also solves the survivability issue, because you don't get one shot anymore. You have this on. Hi, Pericles. How are you?
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
We get the mana wall on. We get some hexes out. Cubs started cycling.
Oh, you're gonna die. Who saw that? Opening up a finely aged cask of whoop ass.
So we got a little bit of Plasma Coil action, a little bit of Storm action. We'll do a little bit of Recursion action now. Like that. Been messing with a bunch of different weapons on this setup. There's a lot of cool stuff, a lot of potential. Someone said your red moose was bad. Either someone was saying for a specific scenario, or they didn't know what they were talking about. And this is why Tenacious Defense is great. Because when Mana Well ends, we get half our shield back, we get 30% gun damage. How you doing, Dynamo? Hey, Rabbit, how are you? Can you use Hellfire? Why use that when we could use Good Gun?
Multi-kill, yeah! Knocked it down!
Make the DoT spread. Red explosions. And also the radiation aura, I think, is doing something interesting. Something I need to take a more focused look at, but irradiated enemies do damage to nearby other enemies even before they red explode. That's a known thing, but it's not really been a thing anyone's cared about much. But like, I think with Moze mechanics, there's some interesting potential there.
Count! Not impressed with your mech tech, Malawan.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something.
Reading up on laws today, work can't do anything against me, work-wise. Client hour cut, salary cut, etc. without breaking the law or my complaint. Hog. Doesn't stop them from doing it anyway, especially entities that are more equipped to fight costly legal battles than private citizens would be. But, good to know your rights. Being no short fuse is impressive. Yeah. Dots add a lot of chip damage, but then the rat explosions are also incredibly valuable. because rad explosions are functionally AoE dot ticks. So all the dot investment we get is making those better too. And we stacked a ton of gun damage. Let me turn Manuel back on. We stacked a ton of gun damage. So we're just doing damage. Using lifesteal here. Russian offensive. Russian offensive with Bloodletter to sustain my shield. Bloodletter Manuel is the tankiest you can be in this game. So, doing that. Doesn't save you from self-damage. That's what got me there. But I can just get up and turn it back on. Love seeing the storm. Yeah. This one has to be written up on mozebuilds.biz. Saw the Hex wondering if you have lifestone grenades as well. Russian offensive. So the way you do bloodletter stuff on Moze is you take this one skill here, this 1 point, Russian offensive. Moze can sprint and shoot at the same time. While sprinting, Moze's weapons gain lifesteal. Weapons is a lie. It's Moze's everything gains lifesteal. Grenades, guns, dots, ground slams, everything. So as long as I'm sprinting, if I'm dealing damage, lifesteal. With Bloodletter on, that goes to shields. That's why I'm sprinting so much. Because that keeps my shield full. That's why I can benefit from amp parts on a Manuel despite the fact that it's constantly draining. Because I'm restoring it faster than it's draining. What do I pick weapon-wise? I go stylish with the SF Force? Not right now. I guess we'll just coil this.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Russian offensive is the reason why cloning Maddening Tracker is no longer considered a really worthwhile survivability option for Moze compared to, say, Hex. But Russian offensive didn't always have the lifesteal. So there was a window of time when Hex was made less suitable for Vampire. Where people switch to Clone Mounting Tracker. It's just a lot of people never knew why that change was made, or never thought to switch back. Because ever since Russian offensive was given lifesteal, it's just more optimal. You got a Dawn on you? You do. Beautiful. Trying to get a dot. There we go. Hey Tom, thank you for the 7 months. Wow, time does crazy shit. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can tank one's attacks with a Manuel active, by the way. Yeah, I don't have massive shield buffer right now in terms of big number. Here, we're gonna let this run out. Just so you can see.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Poor Wotan lol.
Come on, regen faster. Okay, so in terms of raw buffer, I have 142,000 shields if you're round. That's not a huge amount, but I'm way tankier than any build that stacks shields because Mana Well, Russian offensive, is better, and there's no damage trade-off there. In fact, maintaining a Mana Well is a damage up because it's a triple amp shield that gives you half a Revolter's worth of bonus element on top of giving you the massive amount of damage reduction. And it can roll in any element, so you can get a Harmonious Havoc stack off of it. No other shield can do all of these things. Like Infernal Wish can't roll an element, and it only gets 2 amp parts. O.M doesn't have the damage reduction and the bonus element. It instead has a stronger amp and a stronger amp if you're using single projectile weapons, and a the circle effect. But Mana Well, I feel like, has got to be the pick for Moze here. Now, I need a better weapon in the Malawan department. I mean, there's a Corrosive Trev here I could try. I need a better Malawan weapon for applying corrosive dots to the boss. There's other flavors of this I can do. Like Vladoff, you just click Kick Charger, and it's really funny. I can do that next. Hope you're doing well, Jester. Dot Moose has Tig's Boom for dot damage. I don't know. And this might be one of those cases where Tig's Boom isn't held back by its issues, because, like, Tig's Boom... Actually, Redistributor. Maybe Redistributor, too. Tig's Boom isn't a shotgun. It's a shotgun, but it doesn't get shotgun bonuses. But this is one of those builds where that's not a problem, because we're not taking those bonuses anyway. Because those don't increase dots. They just increase the initial damage. I wonder how Tig's would do. Sword Company Man get the dot chance rolls? All Company Men can. But Company Man seems to be the only artifact that can. So it's optimal here. Like, Toboggan Amp is really good. And I really would like to use an Atom Bomb. But having the status chance is really, really good. And the extra gun damage makes the dot itself bigger. Also in a position where most usual anti-shotgun synergy is irrelevant. Yeah, the projectile count issue with short fuse, a lot less of an issue. But the thing is, with dot guns, the fewer projectile ones have better dots. We could go a low projectile Tig's Boom and see how that plays, but Like, the reason why Plasma Coil works well is because it's still one projectile. It just shoots a ton of them in one burst. Recursion, of course. Storm, the initial hit is what's applying the dot we care about, and the rest is just chip. It's good lingering damage, too. Not certain on how the meteors calc dots. Worth looking into. So other guns that I've been messing around with here. We'll do one with put that there. Do another one going around with Frozen Devil, because this one surprised me. Frozen Devil was doing like shockingly well here, and I want to do some more controlled testing on that. It's finally Friday. How you doing, Mr. Bowling? So to recap a couple of the things we're trying to keep in mind as we do this, and the reason why we can't do things like use an atom bomb, at least not justifiably, I don't think, they're rapid fire, is because a key thing that Amara has that Moze doesn't is status chance. Now, Moze has a skill that claims to give it over here, but the skill doesn't and has never worked. Other than that, we got status damage, we got fire rate when we apply status effects, we got cooldown when we apply status effects, no status chance. So the only place we can get it is over here.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Slay play!
Get my mana wall active. See, like, that's surprisingly good. It just seems to sometimes do like a crazy good dot. That was a crit. Like that. I guess that's overkill responsible for that one. Yeah, overkill. By game. Take the L on that one. That was way too close.
Heavy hitter! Dynamite!
Like, one of my favorite things about this is just the value of rad explosions. Like, rad explosions are as strong as hollow points here, and it's crazy. Well, the storm, it's so good. there's Moze weirdness going on. Yeah, we're doing DoT Moze. No, I done got myself. It is kind of hard to use the Frozen Devil while sprinting. It's not one of the charges that you can, like, bank and hold. A little awkward. It's one of the reasons why I don't think free route is good here. As well. Try to kill a wisp? I have not yet. Be good. Makes you wonder what other underappreciated Malawan guns could have a place here. SF Force performed surprisingly well here. I tried it for a little bit. Like, the way this gun works is when they buffed it, they only buffed the primary fire mode. But they gave it a substantial buff, so it's really good tick damage. And you get, like, laser exploder style bonus projectiles that are splash damage of your alternate fire mode's element. So this is one of those weird Malawan guns where there's a few of these where both elements matter, even if you're only shooting one of them. So we're getting additional projectiles that are splash that are cryo, and cryo stuff applies good dots through bonus elements. And considering we have every other element covered, we're shooting a corrosive gun, we have radiation bonus element, we have multiple fire bonus elements, we have shock bonus element. Noise, by the way. I've got IB kill cooldown, Moze expedite, we should start calling this, on shield. ASC corrosive currently on grenade. I should be running something else right now, I just didn't switch back. Like, the grenade slot is something I'm kind of, like, torn on. Because with Mana Wall, we don't need the shock anymore. But, like, there's not anything more useful. Unless we decided we wanted to, like, apply dots with a gas call or something. Something crazy. Something foolish. And then you rat on the guns. The Bloodletter is 3 Desperate Measures, 2 Thin Red Line. Corrosive Gun, Fire ASE. You think that'd be worth, even though we have, Cloud of Lead converting some shots into fire. Big Surplus. Although that's an independent damage source. Like, this can crit independently. It's weird. Gagden and EM. Like, we have a lot of fire bonus elements. Battle Lead isn't fire conversion. It's still bonus damage? I guess I got it confused with the deuces in Wonderland. There's a similar thing. Amp Shield turns a shot into cryo. All the elements but slag. Applies amp stat as gun only bonus element. Right, right. Um, we'll grab a fire bonus element here. Try it out.
Hell yeah, Cub, let's go!
I kind of want to get that point in Scrappy back, the 5th point, but like, Tenacious Defense, the GOAT. But having redistribution is so nice. Guess I could pull a point from Torque Cross Promotion. Or, another point in Scrappy. Some good dots on that guy. Let's try the SF Force on Wotan. Actually, I was gonna do kick charger stuff. So we switch to flat off Company Man and kick charger. I guess more corrosive guns and slots would be more optimal here.
Now
Need to get one rad explosion going. We have overkill. Light a dot there. You have dot on me, right? No? Okay. Well, you're dead anyway. I got myself.
Blast him, boo! Solid.
There we go.
Down. First round
Further explain, shock weapon with mana well won't double up your shock dot, it'll just give you 2 chances at the same shock dot. Corrosive weapon gives you an entirely new dot. With corrosive and shock and rad covered, only thing left for ASE is fire. Okay. Checks out. Ooh, Moonfire. I need one of those. I should get a better parts one though. Cleaner test. I don't torque company man either. Oh hey, Tig's boom. I think 6 is the minimum projectiles on this thing. 19,000 dot? That's not fantastic. 90,000 dot, no charge mults. That isn't indicative of Meteor though. Probably. Pick it up so I don't forget about it. This is a lower dot than the one we just picked up. Times 9 makes sense. Of course, I shouldn't stop you from ever using Storm Recoil for fun. Yeah, and like Coil's also efficient because like the dot is decent, but it's doing a lot of upfront damage too, and it's less awkward to use with Russian offensive than something like a free rad would be. At least in my opinion. I think the weapons that feel most comfortable for this so far have to be in order: Kick Charger, Plasma Coil, SF Force. Out of what I've used thus far, but Storm is really cool too. It's just the TCP radius, sometimes you do just yeet yourself. Not a big deal though, you're Moze. I want to try Redistributor because I fully expect that to fail, but like it would be really interesting if it didn't. It's like we'd always get the chaining, since Mana Well and Cloud of Lead. Might not be a total meme.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels.
Like, do we try that now? I don't want to. Alright, what element Redistributor? What do we think? So let me see what parts this thing gets. No shot it gets any status parts, right? I tried Ion Laser, I was very disappointed. Corrosive. X out. Oh, this thing just gets gun damage stuff. Okay. We don't want crit damage parts.
Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance.
Mr. Adblock, how we doing?
Counting on you, Vault Hunter.
About frequency? Frequency's got a huge projectile count. That's not really conducive to dots.
Get it over with.
I'll have to actually try to crit. Yeah, it's not lovely. Like, fine. I mean, a little better there. Obviously, I should use this in multi-target situations. But, like, my thought is recursion is just kind of chilling. Recursion's still a thing that exists. And it's just better. But if I'm using slow hand, I guess having a Regis equipped isn't terrible. I doubted myself. Slow hand's pretty hard to use with this amount of splash radius, to be honest. Start a new job today, it's my birthday. Yo, happy birthday, Mr. Adblock. Hope it's a banger of a birthday. And congrats to the new job again. Making big moves. Love to see it. Wasn't bad, but like I ran out of steam very quickly. Slow hand would have cleared that in one shot. Here, let's verify that actually. DoT moves, indeed, Sora. I wonder how much gun damage we actually have. I'm curious. 35, 85, 145, 160, 260, won't include phalanx, 284, 4 stacks, 324. Yeah, 324% gun damage before phalanx is pretty good. Honestly, makes me want to do less phalanx points, but nothing else that gets me that value. To go down to Tenacious Defense. You always want at least 1 point phalanx when you're doing bloodletter stuff. Especially with Mana Well, because stacks decaying, the way the math works out, it gives you shields back, functionally. And that first one lived. The Amara has DoT duration, so that wouldn't have happened on Amara. It's very hard to use the slow hand close range, but the dots are like real fucking good. Like, these dots are actually incredible. It's just, how do I shoot this without hitting me? Certainly awkward. Slow hand way better here. That's the problem with Redistributor. It's never as great as it was suggested that it was. It was the interactions being used with it. And those interactions are better done by other things. It's not like the Robin's Call where it got so overhyped for being like while being bad. Like it's not a bad gun, but it's very overhyped. Use Moxie Lifesteal. You beacon at all? I haven't beaconed yet. Reasoning behind that is it's going to be very awkward to beacon with the sprinting stuff. But I have a charge speed passive, so it shouldn't be as bad as it could have been. Reload Novas from beacon could go pretty hard here. It's just like additional damage because of the raw amount of gun damage that we've stacked.
Get over here, Dickweed.
Like the Firestorm, it's funny. Maybe Firestorm. Something here. Slow hand's sick. But that happened. I mean, it's not a big deal. We're Moze. We don't to the last, though. This is the rare Moze build without a haha funny, I spam grenade until I'm on my feet again.
Squad.
Like, I don't think we need that. There I go again. Got a dot on you? You do. Alright, brainstorm for me, chat. Hyperion weapons that'll be good here that I can use at close range. I guess Redistributor. But like, I want one single target. Smog? No, I mean, maybe. Smog's amp is gun damage. Convergence do anything at all? Convergence is a lot of hits and no real dot support. It might do damage, but I don't think it would do a decent dot.
Not impressed with your mech tech, Malawan.
Those are
Keeper.
advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
How would the Masterwork crossbow do? I feel like Masterwork crossbow might be an option. Doing the operator. So there's actually ways to get the operator to kill on this setup. We would need to switch to shield break amp, but doable. Corrosive ASE, crossbow. Get a crossbow. raw damage on this. What we want, right? Yeah. Let me look at this on Blue Lemon. I need to see if any of these matter. Not really. Okay. Not for this anyway. Which sounds funny, don't know about the DoT value. So, multi-projectile guns are just not gonna do the DoT stuff that we're after. So go from there. It's multi-projectile, probably not. See, like everything here, single projectile, right? Except for Trevinator and Tiggs, which I just picked up to kind of like think about. Hellshock? Hellshock might be okay. I think it would be less optimal than like running a beacon or a free route at that point. Especially beacon. But I feel like Hellshock would be okay. It's multi-projectile, but it's still a low count. It's a Malawan gun. Multiple elements. Probably be okay. I'm gonna see all the kills. It's okay, I just need to not crit. I need to stop being cracked. See? There we go. We're good now. I also need to be sprinting when I land a shot with this thing so that I get the amp. This is actually sick. That's a good DoT. Nice. Wanna be there. Listen, we don't talk about that shot. I'm feeling this combo. It's pretty good. If we did Torg, what, we'd be doing a lot of Moonfire and Nukem, I imagine? Well, the quad cam fits in the gun scope. A lob? What is the lob's DoT? That's a good question. We have a lot of gun damage, so that seems like that would complement the lob well. Shocker!
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker!
It doesn't get old.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Okay, fine, I'll stop dicking around slow. This is like where slow hand shines the most. Oopsie. Okay. Let's finish the fight this way, right? I don't have dot duration, that's a bad idea. Yeah, I should have expected that. Hang on, ready. This is gonna be amazing. Gonna be play the game. Okay, and we got overkill. No, 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 no. Did I hit it? I don't think I hit it. Oh, no, I think I did hit it. It just didn't do anything. Okay. Yo, you wanna stop moving?
Solid takedown. First round
Goes to
on
hype
the
chat.
right.
Okay, so yeah, there's a new feature on Twitch that they're forcing on partnered channels.
Come at us again.
They're basically trying to crowbar themselves into the whole, hey, you know, you can tip or donate to a streamer and they get your money. Yeah, no, Twitch introduced an on-site version that they get a 30% cut of. And I can't turn it off. So, instead I set the minimum to $100 so no one wants to do it. Because if you're gonna give me your money, give me your money, not Twitch. That was you. Oh no, they have it default to $1, which is interesting because at a default of $1, people can just show up and put alerts on my screen and in the chat, and I get 70 cents out of it before tax. 70 cents before tax. So I set it higher so that people won't do it. If anyone is ever interested in directly giving me money, then go through Stream Elements. It goes to my PayPal and I actually get the money and Twitch doesn't take a stupid fucking cut. Live chats can be properly moderated, right? They're not that dumb, right? Okay, let me tell you the breadth of the settings. Here, hang on. I'll tell you exactly the control I have over hype chat in the partner section of my dashboard. Ready? So we got hype chat, and we've got alerts for hype chat, manage alerts, and then under that you've got minimum hype chat tier. And I set to tier 6 and above, which is $100 minimum. Let's see what happens if I click manage alerts. What's in here? I can create alert boxes. That's it. No moderation settings. As always, Twitch, thank you for introducing greedy fucking features that don't make you more money, just piss people off, instead of tackling the long list of things that would improve the platform. Really appreciate you. Love to be here. Anyway, let's I want that Torg company, man. And Torg guns. We're thinking Nukem, we're thinking Moonfire. How's Craps? How's Craps on the DoT? Because the way Craps creates its extra projectiles is it's just like they're unlisted. So the DoT doesn't get impacted at all. Which making all the right decisions lately. Thug? Maybe Thug. I'm not going to be critting with it. Not really. But maybe. Hi, Jake. Early played Moze in this game and a launcher build with Hive. That's about it. Moze is fun. Moze is, I mean, she's my second least played character, but that's just because I play Flak and Amara so much. It's like, by far the most is Flak, and then Amara is the one who's remotely, like, you know, still a lot. And then Moze is next, and that's still a decent amount of hours. Zane is my least played, but I still played Zane more than a lot of people who played this game in its entirety, so... no life. But, yeah. If I'm doing Nukem... maybe I go with the one-shot reload, because I'm doing TCP, so, like, I will probably just down myself, and then I'll just get Letter alive. Do I run accuracy? Should we go damage, reload speed, accuracy, I suppose? Or maybe I just do mag size anyway, because mag size will benefit the Moonfire, right? Rhina? I don't see it applying good dots. Herald, screw multi-projectile downsides. Herald would... yeah, Herald would do the thing. Cat is so cat. He's so affectionate today. What do you want? You want food? I swear there was food, but maybe you ate it when I left the room earlier. He probably ate it. If he tries to jump on my desk, then I'll know he wants food. Oh, oh, he's tensing up to do it. You're back. Blue Lemon says 117k card dot. Why might I push to talk like I'm on Discord? Thing with that is very time delayed. Like I would have to direct impact with the Rhina to get that, and I guess I could. I mean, I shouldn't write it off. We're experimenting. Should try it. I'm just hesitant because it's also rad locked. Kind of makes me want to do different things with it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That's the company, man. Let's... I want to keep the inventory somewhat clean. COV will be interesting. COV will probably be Major Kong Rebound, like, the whole time. Maybe Gargoyle. It's multi-projectile, though. Does Gargoyle reload applied dots? That's an interesting question. Okay, Moonfire. We go Corrosive. Pestilence Novas. I don't know if they dot. And also, there's no way of really doing that for a dot build because I would just be downing myself constantly. Like, I'd have to spec out of all of Moze's bonus elements and then not take any but Rad on my gear. And, yeah. I just got max damage on Moonfire? No status parts or anything? Yeah, I don't know why I'm expecting status parts on Torg. Okay. New comparts will be interesting, because figuring out which mag we want be a thing. Probably go with one mag. Just go with max damage, see what happens. Bullet code from the dock. Nukem. So, stock. It gets an LE damage accessory. Hail 2. Lose 5% card damage. Lose 10% card damage for 10% status damage. I think that's worth. I don't think that's worth. Like, I could just have the card damage, you know? Not TPS, BO3. What do the mags on this do? That's the reload. R dot for recursion. Uh, 131k, almost 132. But it's also element flexible and fast damage. Moze build by marbuilds.com. This feels wrong. Well, that's high. Yeah, recursion's a fantastic dot weapon. I guess we don't need charge speed for Torg. I guess we didn't need it for Hyperion either. If I make an alternate bloodletter, 3 desperate measures, 2 thin red line. I think I'd still want splash rates for rad explosions, weapon damage. What do I take for the last one? Is it honestly just... more gun damage? Mag? Maybe. I only have 11 shots here. Maybe. Not a bad suggestion. I'll just run without it for now. And if we think of something super relevant, do that. Kind of wonder how Doll would do dot-wise here. Unfortunately, Breath of the Dying doesn't apply dots. That's sad. Thunderball Fists? Probably decent. I don't know if it'd be worth compared to other Malawan pistols, but probably decent. Malawan pistols in general, like, as long as they're low projectile count, they're just pretty much always good for dots.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you.
Free radical. Yeah. There's a bit of radius there.
Damn, I love this mech.
Kill the target before dot does. Right. Even the much weaker option of plasma coil has that problem. Not with radius. I need to not have potato aim. I guess the thing with Moonfire is hitting the third shot while sprinting is like difficult for me. I guess it'd be better into bosses. What about Wedding Invitation? Maybe. Maybe. Like, look at that radius. It's so crazy. I almost want to get a Nukem with less radius parts. I think that's an option.
You might want to run.
Oh yeah, that was huge.
Killer Cub cutting loose.
Yeah, I think the thing that caused the kill there is the aura from the rad dot we applied from the Moonfire was so strong that it killed an enemy next to Kraken, and then that enemy rad exploded and killed everyone. Why did I not just nuke him here? What is wrong with me? Still hit me. I was sprinting away and it still hit me. Moonfire while sprinting constantly is very awkward. Like, when it applies the DoT, it's so strong. I did not manage my shield fall there. I dotted myself and then wasn't sprinting. I'll take the L here. I'll take the L here. Enemies that can't be dotted? Yes, several. There are some enemies who are partially dot resistant as well. Some enemies who take just like reduced dot duration. Some enemies that most forms of dots can't apply. There's enemies with elemental immunities. You can't dot them with the appropriate element there. Let me look at Lululemon. Let me look at Torg weapons. Weapons. Manufacturer. That's TDR. I want Torg. Although, TDR could be interesting here. Can TDR chucks dot? I've never thought about that before. So I thought about crabs. Contain blast, maybe. Thug was suggested. Rhino was suggested. Scoville, maybe. Shocker! You can't escape me. Lob. Ooh, maybe Thumper. Herald. Alright, let's look at all these. Craps has some pretty bad cryo efficiency on the roll here. The max damage cryo roll on Loot Lemon only has 100% cryo efficiency, so that does not make me think the DoT is going to be any good. Hey Moo, how you doing? Herald's dumb showcase, just gonna accept it works and ignore it. I haven't decided yet. Contain blast, 18k DoT. I think with Thug is I'm not gonna crit with it. Not likely anyway. Rhino's possibility, but I don't really need more mobbing coverage. Scoville. So the ×2 on Loot Lemon is a 57k DoT. If I ran a non-LE ×1, that maybe be decent. That'd maybe be decent. Let's see. Scoville. Well, non-LE. Told myself I wasn't gonna buy a Pikmin 1 and 2 for Switch, so on my GameCube. How much did it cost you to buy those? Because I know you did. So that's a Scoville. We'll try that. Shocker! Only a 70k DoT. Shock weapon not really optimal. Lob has pretty bad cryo efficiency. Pretty good card damage though. I don't know if it applied good dots. Thumper has, I mean, better cryo efficiency. How the projectiles on this thing work? Maybe we could try that. And of course, Herald. Herald will just work because Herald's overpowered. Got bored waiting for customers, went to GameStop. Got the dude to bring it down to $40 with my Riz. Nice. That is Pog W Riz. Does this still say double penetrate? It's not double penetrate. Does Scoville always cost 2 ammo per shot as a 1x? Back to the max damage doc. Scoville. $90K. Grab that code. Import. Don't recall. I'm just grabbing a code from this one then. And we'll just see if it's the same. Because I think I made it correctly, but... Death Grip has 323%. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, yeah, it always looks like that. Okay. Let's see how Scoville does. Curious. Yeah, if we were to do Tediore, then... And like... Needle gun chucks would be a good starting point. This thing has huge radius, forgot that. I wonder how low projectile anarchy would do. Better on Zan, you can use it in his face. Does that mean it works better, or does that mean you have to think less? That's two different things. Not dying, thinking less. Am I dying? I haven't died. I've gone down, but like, have I died?
Competition is for the weak.
Fight for life's not dead. Exactly. Hey, doing Trade Secret. Hey, Pear. How are you? Ace rivals a Nukem? Yeah. It's worth noting that this weapon is kind of just like a better Nukem if you're not overkill chaining. Unlike every character. Like, it's got eraser tech. Very spammable. Got development options. Still suffering from heat, otherwise alright, how about you? Pretty much the same. Pretty much the same. It's not as hot where I am, but occasionally melting. So say Gearbox should have made that hot sauce. You're shooting and sold it. Would have bought it. So many merch opportunities with Borderlands stuff. No, I meant to have the Moonfire there. That was actually a mistake. Yeah, I think Moonfire is just better than Scoville for bossing, but like Scoville for mobbing is kind of cool. Easier to use, ironically. Wrong gun again. Keep doing that. I meant to shoot this, but I shot this. I'm gonna run that back. Run that back. Only list of countries they listed as ones to ship to is true. Tried contacted them a dozen times over the last 3 years. Poland's listed, you can't send there. Why is it listed? That's frustrating. I need to make you a very different color. I know that made them more similar. Well, now let's make you super duper different color. Mildly better. That didn't hit you? Really? Okay. Cooler gun skin equals more damage. That's true. Scientifically proven. Just like how leaning in your chair when you're making a turn makes you turn better. Pushing the elevator button multiple times makes the elevator come faster. Gotta press the button harder too. Yeah. Speaking more loudly at someone who doesn't speak your language makes them understand you better. Moonfire is a torque pistol is massive crit. Moonfire is a torque pistol that amps every third shot. It is a reference to the Hawk Moon from Destiny, I believe. Moonfire is just the answer. Oh, my actions go, bro. Lovely. Where's my big DoT? I guess I don't have overkill this time. Does kind of account for the difference. Honking your horn, bumper to bumper traffic makes it move.
You may feel incomplete, as though some vital piece of you is missing.
Not vibing with Torg too much. Scoville is cool, but like it's just doing more upfront damage and then looks like the rat explosions rather than applying great dot damage. Moonfire is a good dot gun, but I don't know if it's a good Moze dot gun. COV, of course, has Major Kong. That's gonna go crazy. But we know that. I haven't done a proper full run with Flat Off, right? Let me actually go and do that. Yeah, maybe Torg needs a little something to assist. Like, charge speed passive won't be beneficial for Torg unless we start using a red line. For a Plague Bearer. So with Kick Charger, we don't even really actually have to charge this thing. We can just click. But like, you see the problem. This is what we kind of anticipated for DoT Moze before attempting. It's like, it's hard to actually have the dots have an opportunity to do the work because this gun will just one-click everyone. And this is without short fuse or an actual, like, gun supportive damage formula. This is just big number, gun damage, click, good gun. Does Vance have more than energy drinks? They've got a bunch of peripherals and accessories and stuff. Got the website. Did I apply a good dot? No, it didn't apply at all. I'm feeling Hyperion the most so far. It's like, it's good dots without having the kick charger problem. Or the Moonfire problem. Like, that was a good dot. Big surprise, what, me liking Hyperion? Fuck you. It was Gearbox that made me this way. It's not my fault. Yo, Sig Jerko, you wanna stop bugging out? Well, Tenacious Defense is the W skill for that. Missed. Good overkill there. Wow, you did that attack without the animation, you cheater.
Not impressed with your mech tech.
Oh, Atlas Sick Freeman.
Those were
That could be
advanced mechs. You're
spicy.
after something bigger. Keep
That could be
going.
real interesting. Good shout. Atlas is like mostly non-elemental stuff, but it's also there's a lot of low projectile stuff. High card damage. Yeah, I wonder how Freeman would do. EchoCast never shows purple tree. Yeah. Here you go. Here's the purple tree, Mr. Glenn. Max biofuel, max big surplus, max harmonious havoc, max double time, fired up, 3 nitro, max limit break, superior firepower. Running baby nukes. Freeman dot pitiful. Aw, Sag. Sag. It's interesting that non-LE guns are just not created equal for dots, even if they have the correct projectile count and card damage. They just apply differently. It's really weird. Just arm and flint it. Hey Ken, how you doing? Thank you, Cup. Very cool. casually knife the Malwan guy? Of course. Of course. Our mom Frank. Our Moze fuckery. Nightbot breaking the chain, of course. Had a patient started the all chemical agent last night. I want to play Cyberpunk so bad too, but restraint. Restraint. I don't want to burn myself out before. Restraint. I guess Reese didn't get into the business fuck around with dots. Yeah, I guess not. Not his area. Hype for Phantom Liberty, so hyped. Can my Moze do that damage? All depends on what you do, how you build it. There's so many layers to build crafting in this game, and it can be very temperamental. I'm doing some super specific tech here. Going well though. Got ticks. Ooh, good tick there. At the dot. Reply? No. Need you to die. Damage.
Takedown in
Nice.
the bag. Pack it up.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
It's more groundbreaker than Moze with a knife? Yeah. We should have a new gen console for DLC for Cyberpunk. Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't think that game should have ever been pushed on old consoles, and clearly the devs don't think so either. Because now it's just like there's a bunch of people who have a version that isn't supported, that should never have existed, that caused a bunch of like blowback for the game. Backlash. Because like most of the problems people reported with that game at launch were on those old platforms. And an interesting video I was actually watching recently was there's a YouTuber who does mostly like Cyberpunk challenge runs. He went and downpatched to very early versions of the game, like 1.05. And it runs fine. Like, not particularly buggy, not particularly unstable. It's just fine. Because guess what? It was always more volume than substance with the complaints. Let's just put it that way. Play the game on my friend's Xbox Series X. My god, there's a whole difference. Yeah, they're like different games. So Vladov pretty straightforward. But let me go back to Hyperion. We gotta cook with the Hyperion. The Hyperion is pretty based. Don't get any Harmonious Havoc with this gun. That's unfortunate. Still think it's fine though. Yeah, we got Slow Hand for range, Masterwork for close. Let me look at other Hyperion guns. What else we got here? It's got on PS5, waiting to replay when the DLC comes out. Let's go, Tony. Yeah, I'm a really avid enjoyer of that game. Definitely recommend anyone who enjoys like RPG and like very dark world building stuff. Like games on sale, grab it. It's a fun time. I'm making Phantom Liberty and excuse for new playthrough. Yeah. Need a new Switch console, holy shit. Nintendo's never doing that. Ever. Probably just because they think it's funny at this point. How is the Gold Rush stat? 27k? No, no. What is bro cooking? No, I'm not using a Gold Rush. Iceberger maybe? I don't think Reflux is good dot. A lot of projectiles. Smog, maybe. I don't think Hyperion's good for this. 49k on Iceberger. But like fire locked with cryo burgers. Like almost 300 hours on Cyberpunk. How many do I have? Let me look. You know what's funny? No Bloodborne port. Got him. Directed games not even run at 60 FPS? Of course, because the Switch can't handle that. It would explode. Remember, Starfield is launching at 30 FPS on consoles. Yeah, I have 476 hours in Cyberpunk. I haven't played in a few weeks. I should change that. Yeah, Reflux dot, kinda trash. Smog, not fantastic. I think we're looking at the best options for Hyperion. It's these two. Those assholes in Nintendo are making me pay for Super Mario RPG Remastered. Yeah, I know. They're going into your wallet, taking the money, calling you a slut, and then installing it on your Switch. And you know what? You know what? The best thing about it? You're gonna thank them for it. Starfield's on Switch, the system will explode. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fucking know it. New Peach game looks cool. Mario Wonders, Daisy finally playable. I'm not super invested in like Nintendo stuff that isn't Pokemon, so it's kind of like one step removed, looking at it with a detached interest. But hey, I'm all for banger games coming out. The only Nintendo stuff I actually take like too much of an interest in is like Pokemon and Metroid.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the
After
lower
Metroid
levels.
Dread, I'm a
Make your way
Metroid
there and be
believer.
ready for some heavy
Metroid Dread slapped so
counting on
hard.
you, Vault Hunter.
Next.
My aim is so shit. That's a good dot. Persona fans are not even good this year, kinda. Didn't they just announce a 3 remake? I thought that was hype. Did something else happen? Bird of Prey? How's Bird of Prey's dot? That's a good question. Mentioned 3 remake to a Persona fan got an essay on all the missing content it won't have. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. So, stuff missing. So this is kind of like when the Resident Evil 3 remake came out a few years ago, where they just left out a lot of shit. Like, what's there was good, but, like, it wasn't the whole game, and that was the issue. Seen the One Piece live-action trailer? No, but I'm prepared for it to go the way every other Netflix anime thing has gone. Netflix live-action anime, I should say. Yo, it'd be awesome if your AI didn't bug out 6 trophies. It'd be so sick, actually. That'd be sexy. People having high hopes for it as well. I certainly hope it does well. It's not something I want to... Okay, fight bugged out. It's not something I want to fail, you know? But... live action adaptations of anime, how many have gone well? And how many done by Netflix have gone well? Persona 3 and Persona 3 P was different, portable version way better expanded, and they didn't remake that one. Ah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You chop it wrong, I'm gonna cry. Now, I have not watched One Piece, so I have no personal stake in it, but considering its status is like one of the big 3, it'd be pretty shitty if they fucked it up. All the weebs are gonna hate that one.
What now? Iron Cub's got claws.
My overkill. Oh, well. Guess I'm not getting my overkill.
Get dead.
One thing to say the show of shit is they don't change the original song from the crocodile fight scene. I honestly don't see a way for it being received as a success by fans. It might do well critically, but you get something as long-running as One Piece with as much of a following, and there's always going to be some self-appointed most hardcore of the fans that think it's a travesty, and regardless of whether it's good or not. Now, once again, prefacing with the fact that live-action anime adaptations have not gone well to date. But, like, I don't think it can be received well. That's the point. I mean, they shouldn't try, but I just don't think it's possible. Writer and creator of the show is making and steering this live-action movie. I don't think that helps. Legitimately. We'll see. I hope I will be wrong. I would love to be wrong. But there's some things that don't translate well Like you're translating a super long running anime into a live action movie. Even translating certain anime into manga or vice versa has not gone well. Going into a medium that has never been really conducive to the whole anime thing. I don't know, man. I don't think it's gonna happen. Hey barista, how are you? DoT. I think I'm still dead though. Yeah, I blew myself up a couple too many times. Wait for the Angry JoJo review of live action. And Angry Joe is like, sometimes dude has good takes. But like the nature of the content where it's just like you play up even the slightest negative thing, knowing that your core audience is people who are looking for reasons to hate things, like it just kind of feeds into what I don't like about review culture. Like, of the negativity farming channels, he's like one of the less negative people, if that makes sense. I don't know. I haven't seen the Mario movie, so I can't comment. I think I'll give BL3 on 2 additive rare loot drop bonuses. What do you mean? Lohan the goat. Action skill broke. Gotta blow myself up. I think 0 punctuation is a good template for consistently negative, partially for how consistent Yahtzee is what he goes after. Yeah, I still don't agree with a lot of stuff Yahtzee says, but like, consistency is definitely a factor of the charm there. Hey guest, how you doing? To be honest, in the past 2-3 years, it got a decent amount of live actions overall. Looks like the movie directors take the movie seriously, knowing audience demand quality and not just cool title. I certainly hope it's one that breaks the mold. Because like, we have had non-live action video game adaptations of stuff that has gone very well in the last couple years. And that was a format, I mean, it still is a format that most people will say, yeah, it's really, really hard to do well. So, all it takes is one good one to kind of break that mold, you know? More than one good one is also just a nice bonus.
Bring it, scrubs. Oh, man. Now I have to kill you all by myself.
Garden rank, sometimes roll a luck roll, level up, enhance your chance of rare loot drop, something badass rank didn't do. Yeah, that straight up doesn't work. Luck stat in this game just kind of, it weights your non-uniques slightly differently in a theoretical sense. There are true drop rate increases in this game. It's just that isn't one of them. Luck stat is kind of a lie, I'm sorry to say. but the butt stallion milk from the Borderlands Science Machine, the boosters from the All-In Shield from the Handsome Jackpot DLC, the Schluter artifact from DLC 6, and increasing your mayhem level are all direct drop rate increases for your world drops. The Borderlands movie will break. I expect from the Borderlands movie the same thing I got out of the Mortal Kombat movie, which is, would I call it a good film? No, but did I enjoy it? Yeah, I thought it was good fan service, and it was just a mindless, fun time. That's what I expect to get out of the Borderlands movie, you know? Like, a movie doesn't have to be a good movie to be a good movie, if that makes sense. Ready Player One movie sucked ass. IMO, I love the book. I did not really care for Ready Player One. I didn't read the book, though. I didn't care for the movie. Slow hand's awkward here. It's definitely way better at mopping. Like I can make it work against bosses. Do that. Yeah, like that worked out well. I guess I just need to have that amp. Makes the most sense. I was already in post. Yeah, Borderlands movie's in post. As of like 2 months ago, it was in post. Wow, that projectile got right in my face. No, I have a good dot there. Wait, what? There was a post somewhere. It might have been Ariana G who was tweeting about it, but like as of a couple months ago, it's in post. Think it'll be canon or non-canon? I think it'll be in its own continuity. It's definitely not going to be canon to the Borderlands game universe, and I think they've said that as much. Seems to be a good movie the way D&D was a good movie. I still haven't seen that yet, but I should watch that soon. I have Paramount, it's on there. Oh, they had a reshoot? Yeah, they definitely did some reshoots. Don't knock me out of my sprint. I need to sprint. Reshoots don't necessarily mean it'll be bad. Sometimes reshoots, well, a lot of movies do reshoots. It's just extensive reshoots are sometimes a red flag, but sometimes they're fine. Like, you don't want a Justice League reshoot situation, for example. But, like, not every reshoot situation is a Justice League one. You might say it's situational. Love Rogue One, got a lot of reshoots. Yeah, Rogue One's a good example. I think Rogue One is some of the better Star Wars content in the IP in general, but especially for post Disney acquisition. Look at that red explosion chain, that was so filthy. Is Rot still involved? Like, why are they reshooting? I mean, indication is that it did not do well with test audiences, so they went to do reshoots. So that is a red flag, but I'm not expecting art, you know? It's like anyone who buys a ticket to a Fast and Furious movie knows exactly what they're going in for. And I happen to think in that vein, Fast 10 was really fun. Because, like, it's unapologetic. It knows exactly what it is. And, like, Jason Momoa walked in and was like, yo, what if I was just the Joker? That's his character. He's just the Joker. And it works. His character in Fast 10 is basically, what if the Joker's beef was relative related, like family, you know, as everything in Fast and Furious is, and what if he was like slightly hornier? That's it. Talking Jared Leto or Heath Ledger? Heath Ledger. I don't know where to begin with that one, Etrigan. That one might be a miss. That one might be a miss. It's whooshing. It's whooshing over my head. I think I missed the punchline. Or Jack Nicholson. You know, I haven't seen Batman 1989 in a while. Maybe I should rewatch that. It's been at least like 7 years? Like 7 years. Can't wait to see Kevin Hart in the Borderlands movie talking about cashback. You get that ad all the time too. Better read. Favorite live action Batman that? I'm a fan of Batman 2022. I mean, it could be a component of recency bias, but like also I just really enjoyed the concept of a live action Batman that is deeply mentally unwell, because you would have to be Batman. Like, he is not a healthy individual, and it shows. And like, that hit for me. Like, as much as I enjoy the Nolan Batman trilogy, you know, with Christian Bale, as much as I enjoy those as movies, he's just Tony Stark. It just was before Tony Stark in the MCU. They're the same character. So it's like, eh. I've seen this elsewhere. You did it first, but I've seen it elsewhere, so it diminishes.
Back against the world.
Oh, that was a big red explosion. You see that?
Takedown.
It sniped the better half out of the sky. Holy shit. Kevin Conroy best Batman? Oh, absolutely. Kevin Conroy is Batman. Rest in peace to the GOAT. Batman can beat his mental health issues with enough prep time, though. And Mark Hamill is the Joker, absolutely. Want to see the Flash? Went to see the Flash. It was okay. Michael Keaton Batman is the best part. Flash CW show is still the best version of the character. I've heard that Michael Keaton Batman is the selling point of that, and you know, Warner Brothers of course knows that because all of the Flash marketing is around that. They don't really want to tackle the controversies around the lead. Ezra Miller just kind of being a criminal. And then that inevitably slides into a bunch of ugly conversations, like some people are like calling it identity related stuff because Ezra Miller's non-binary, so people are claiming that they get a free pass whereas other people don't, and that's absolutely not the case. That's a classic dog whistle. It's this whole ugly thing. Also, it's a DCU movie, so it's an L automatically. It's not part of the new continuity that they're having James Gunn try to save their money by redoing everything. Ezra Miller won't get my money. That's pretty much where I'm at too. Animated series is my overall favorite for sure, and specifying 89 is my favorite live-action Batman. I feel you there, Jester. Notable, they canceled Batgirl, but not The Flash, which is really weird. Like, Batgirl was also supposed to have Michael Keaton Batman in it. Why did Batgirl get canceled? Like, there was no controversy attached to that. They just decided that the movie they had fully shot already would never see the light of day and canceled it completely. Strange. Also, yeah, it was gonna have Brendan Fraser in it, wasn't it? We can agree on who's best X character. We can all agree Spider-Verse fucking amazing. I still gotta see Across the Spider-Verse. Still gotta see it. Sexism at its finest. That was my take too, but I can't claim to be totally read on that situation. Like, I've only read up a little bit. But that was my take. Like, it was the safer release. Free money, you already shot the movie. Like, don't you lose money? I don't know what it is. Hard to claim sexism when the non-cancelled is NB. That is a component, yeah. The Oscar winner, Brendan Fraser. W. W. That man deserves his success. He's gone through it. Also, he's just a good dude. Brendan Fraser is one of those people like Keanu Reeves where like anytime you hear a story about him interacting with just like a regular person, it's always him doing something wholesome. Let's go back to Coil Storm. Do we try Beacon now? I think it might be time to try Beacon. Let's try the Beacon. Heard about the submarine thing? Yeah, I heard about the submarine thing. What reaction do we want me to have first? Let's just... Suppose the actor being NB doesn't make the Flash NB? Right. Speedrun all reactions at once. Oh no, that's so sad. Loss of life is a bad thing. But also... but also... the memes. You couldn't pay me 250k to hop into that thing, right? Alright, let's get the serious bit out of the way. This should be another opportunity to start a conversation about which cases of people in distress get amplified across just how people consume media. Like, just last week, 78 migrants died on a boat and no one did shit about it. Didn't even get reported. 78 disenfranchised brown people. Yet, 5 obscenely wealthy people do something actively stupid and we're supposed to feel bad about it. I don't. Now, of course, that is not to say that I wish harm on those people actively. But it'd be nice if we could care equally. Or pretend to. It's because they had money? It absolutely is because they had money. That's why we're supposed to care. But I don't. I'm gonna navigate the Mariana Trench using a DDR controller. I wait to see the flood influencers doing life-threatening stunts because we can see how much fame it brings you. Natural selection. Some of us care, and that's okay. That's okay, Lucky. I'm not telling you how to feel about it. Especially about complicated situations involving tragic things. It would be wrong for me to tell you how to feel about something like this. It is not something I have a personal stake in or really any strong opinions on other than, hey, it'd be nice if we cared about the many other times this happens to people who did not put themselves in those situations. Also, the memes are funny. We can focus on that. The memes are just excellent. And about the refugees? Oh, well, yeah, I'm definitely sure that there are people that care about situations like that, like with the refugees. But it wasn't reported, like, nearly as much. Like, the entire internet and every single news outlet was, like, hourly updates on the submarine thing, and I'm like... And sure, that it's a ripple effect of, corporate media profiteering off of culture warfare. Whether that's class warfare or immigration related stuff or anything associated with when you can weaponize categorical differences between people. Of course, that's a component. Because like there was what, last month before, where a Nazi plowed a car into a crowd of immigrants, and the way most major news outlets reported it was uh, in tandem with panic over immigration policy. That article, whatever, that was expiring, and which ended up not being a crisis at all, but it was reported as if those people who got run over by a literal Nazi had brought it on themselves somehow. And it's like, it's interesting how these things get reported differently based on who the victim is. We go corrosive shock here. I'm speaking. Yeah, corrosive shock. Always the victim. Fuck Nazis. Bash all fascists. True. True. I think the missing rich folks situation is more widely publicized, partially to Titanic as well as financial influence. Yeah, the Titanic thing. Okay, let's the hubris it takes to just kind of YOLO any sort of naval endeavor and very closely attach it to the Titanic. Like, that's tempting fate, right? There's some sort of cosmic thing that's like, I can't not respond to this. And you name your sub Titan. Like, Mag accessory 1A. Is that dependent on Mag 1? I would think it would be. Do I go Mag 2? No. Let's stick with that. Yeah, stick with that. Because it's just card damage versus status damage. I'm enjoying listening on this conversation, having no idea what the fuck happened. So basically, a submarine with a bunch of billionaires and one teenager who was gaslit into going with them. It imploded and everyone died. But like, it was not structurally sound. There were so many red flags. It was very haphazardly done, and it's being treated as like this horrible thing across media. It's like, yeah, of course, people dying is tragic. It's like, but if someone jumped into a pit of lava knowing what lava does to a person, like, sure, it would suck, but like, you did that. You chose to do that. There is no shot. Like, they paid a bunch of money to be actively unsafe. It fucked around and found out. Play stupid game situation? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. So when your dad asks you to take a trip to go golfing, except going 2 miles under the sea in a sketchy vessel, yeah, yeah. Like the most tragic is the teenager who just kind of like going along with what other people with what his family wanted him to do, and he's fucking dead because of it. Like that sucks. Is there a check done on the sub pre-launch? Many safety measures were just never even considered with this whole thing. It's disastrous on every level. Like, it's one of those things that you hear the memes and you're like, that's an exaggeration. It's not. They made it literally as unsafe as they possibly could have. Can I ask about streaming? Absolutely, Lucky. Absolutely. Let me know how I can help. I can point you to someone more well-versed in things than I am. Either one. Wasn't the pressure at the level they're at deadly itself? Sounds like a grand reason to not take any safety measures. Yeah, comment. Like, if it was lethal anyway, fuck it, be ball. Any tips for new streamers? Make sure you are making content that you like. I know it can be very tempting to do something that chases growth, but people who go to you because you're doing something incredibly popular, are likely not permanent viewers. Like, your permanent core people are gonna be people that knew you before you started, or people who really vibe with your style rather than what the content is itself. Like, most of the people here will be here regardless of what I'm streaming, because like we hang out, we support each other, all that stuff. I could be streaming whatever game and the same few people will be here. Now, I could stream something more popular or newer and have more people, but those people are not here for me. They're here for the game, if that makes sense. So like, when you're just trying to start out and grow, make sure you're doing something you really enjoy, because that's a great way of getting people to recognize what you're about, and they will be more likely to be permanent audience. That's if you're trying to like grow and retain people. I would also say practice streamer speak of just stream of thought talking. You want to fill dead air by just thinking out loud often. Thinking out loud is a good habit to get into for streaming. I'd also say don't spend too much money on a setup. There's this weird school of thought that a lot of people endorse where it's like, hey, you should buy this expensive microphone and this peripheral and this and that and this. You don't need any of that shit. CEO literally admitted that construction was done against what was allowed. Amazing. But tape is expensive. There's nothing easy about finding and recovering something 2 miles beneath the ocean. Now, if finding and recovering something 2 miles, you know, underwater is difficult, you'd think people would pay that amount of care to going 2 miles underwater safely. But no. They just didn't. They just didn't. So Beacon is not applying fantastic dots. It's like killing well. That's just the Beacon being GOAT. Recursion and Coil seem to be much better dot guns. I could do it though, bro. Just give me a huge magnet and a scuba set. Let him cook. I wanna see where this goes.
Not impressed with your mech tech, Malawan.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Afterlife awaits you! Loaded!
Gotta get some stuff done, I'll be lurking. Quite cute and so's Chad, especially when hydrated. Yo, so true. We should all hydrate. Enjoy your lurk, Peric. I appreciate you. Is that a cryo hex? Yes. What other dog guns can we mess with? SF Force was pretty good. Frozen Devil's pretty good with Overkill. I'm liking this loadout the most so far. This has been what I've enjoyed the most. There's a lot of builds for Mara, there sure are. Is there though? Yes. There's many a Mara build. SF4 surprised me. It's just good here. Maybe because the tick rate is extremely fast. I feel like that's contributing. There's a shooty one, a punchy one, others. There's the other shooty one. There's the reloady one. Can't forget the reloady one. That brushing against my legs. Is that a cat? Either a cat or I'm haunted. I guess I'm haunted. Yeah, I think I'm haunted. There's two reloading ones, that's true. You mean the farty one? There is a farty one. Multiple farty ones, even. Storm is so good. Still. Thank you. Even beach ball builds, that's true. Like, look at this storm going crazy. Oh, jeez. It's not ideal. I'd be so sick if I died to bad aim. Give me mana wall. I say there's a plethora of Amara builds. I'm gonna name my firstborn Plethora, just to be confusing. But does Amara know why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Is it because of the shrimp? That was fake, right? That was faked. I mean, the audacity. The audacity to, like... That's such a weird thing to fake. I guess the strat was refuge and audacity, right? Like, who would make that up? No one believes sometimes there are actually shrimp tails in cereal boxes. I mean, how can you? Took me a while to get to the correct gun. I'm good at video games. I'm not supposed to blow myself up. I'm trying to set up a rad explosion chain. Should just, like, damage the boss. Probably more efficient. Let me get recursion on. Go recursion here. On the ads. On the ads for me. Do it. Do it. Why are you not doing it? Okay. Guess I don't get ads. DoT. I think we'll do COV next run. Try out the Kong. Maybe rebound? Magically defishes? Underrated joke. I don't care if it's new, it's an underrated joke. No one will ever appreciate that joke as much as they should. Guess I didn't switch to Corrosive ASE. I should have. Here we go. Recursion time. It's free. There we go. They just seem to stack up.
Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
Race of Hands 22k DoT, that's so weird. Okay, okay, COV wise. We definitely go Kong. Look at other COV stuff. Wow, I have a lot of tabs open from potential weapons for this. I didn't try the Thumper. I'll leave a tab open for that. We'll go back to that. COV. See. So rebound I want to look at. Gexel? I guess Yellow Cake's an option too. Yeah. Alright. Only 110 cryo efficiency on rebound. Doesn't necessarily mean much though. Like, it'll be a mobbing pick, right? We can get good, rad explosions, just tapping a lot of enemies at once, get the chains. Looks like I just go max damage on this thing. See, what's the DoT on you look like? I don't expect it'll be great, but I'm curious. 27k, that's not terrible. It's not terrible. I think we'll keep a coil on for emergencies. We know Yellow Cake will be good. But, like, we have Major Kong. So for anyone who's not familiar with the Major Kong, it is the highest card damage weapon in the game if you consider the fact that it has a 7.5 times charge mult. It's also fantastic for dots. It's also eraser compliant. It's also got great multi-target homing projectiles. Everything about the gun's awesome. It's underrated. It's a bit difficult to use at range, and it can hog ammo if you're not careful. But this gun is incredible. Like, you think the kick charger is strong? The Major Kong is multiple times stronger and has multi-target capabilities. It's just less straightforward.
I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Literally.
Not one bit.
A random gamer, how are you?
Out that body count!
And after having a lot of rain and a blackout yesterday, ooh, that sounds really unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear you had to go through that. Just chilling is good though. Just chilling. Good dot. Good dot. Big dot. Some of that rain this way. Looks like it's gonna rain here today. Let me cool down a little bit. Let's try rebound start of Valks. See how that goes. One thing about the Kong that does contribute to it being more difficult to use is if you fully charge it, 6 ammo. So on not Moze, not Black, you run out rather quickly. I didn't anticipate that'd be... Actually, I don't have mana wall on. That's why. Hang on. Okay, yeah, that's way better. Missed.
Nobody breaks my bear and gets away with it.
Ah,
Patient.
fine, one grenade. Good enough grenades as a backup option.
I will not be challenged. Couldn't hear you over all this awesome.
Bit hard to use this thing safely with Russian offensive and PCP. Doable, but difficult. Rebound's good enough as an emergency weapon. I shouldn't have switched there, but...
Cannot flee from the judgment of the heavens.
So sleeping, take a nap. I feel you there. Low energy kind of day for me too. I guess lack of short fuse really notably hurts the rebound. It's lacking in single target, and a single projectile rebound is like gotta get good value from short fuse.
Your peace. Triple kill confirmed.
There's some other COV guns I could use.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Gargoyle... does Gargoyle have a one projectile variant? Let me look. Let me look at this. Rebound's just worse recursion here. Yeah, it seems that way. The idea is like it benefits from the COV company man. But I don't know if that makes up the deficit. Yeah, Gargoyle can get times 1. 25k base. I'm down to try it. Yeah, I'm down to try it. It is rain asking for a desert. 60 plus millimeters and 15 3 days ago and today. It's not had much around here. Kong should be pretty nuts into Woden as long as we do get the DoT. The damage itself can just one-shot the split, and that'll be cool to see. Let's try Gargoyle for a lot of the rest of this. Another one that's a bit hard to use safely. Try the reload. Reload can DoT. That's interesting. What's stopping us from doing this? Like, sure, we're not benefiting from amp this way, but like, this is funny. Mommy, it's back! Of course, there's the forbidden way of doing that. Oh, my emote thing's unbound. I forgot. I messed it up with the keybind stuff. I'm gonna have to rebind that, the ini file. I can't do that anymore. I feel naked. Good damage. Shit, Gargoyle. The reload got me. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, you know. Gun with good stats in a good element that has splash kills things. More at 11. I like how it said kill enemies with COV weapons while not overheated, while I was reloading, because I'd overheated. That was fun.
Get over here, dickweed!
Maybe wait until like you yourself are not overheated. I don't know. It's pretty hot right now. It's pretty warm. I want you to take care of yourself. Wholesome. I wasn't that close. BCP moment. Hey, Super. How are you? remember to turn on my manual at the start of the fight.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Oh, we got that good dot. Got that good. Dot? No dot.
Time for a scrap.
Well, no dot, unfortunately. Hashtag fix explosive fury, fucking please.
That's what I do.
Missed. Awkward. There's a dot.
All right, Mama Bear's pissed.
Dot. Yeah, this is why this is much harder to play than Mara stuff. Because either you one-shot things outright accidentally like that, or you just don't get dots most of the time. The red explosion angle is really interesting. I do want to try non-company man, just with atom bomb. Like, the thing is, we lose some gun damage. We lose our only boost to status chance.
Takedown confirmed. Woo!
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
It looked awesome. I'll do a proper run with like the setup that makes it look real good. Song's great. Just it's kind of solo performing in the COE version. Gargoyle's not bad. Alright, let me put on the tryhard. Red. We go recursion here. Yeah. Storm here. Malawan. Out of option for roll chances. I don't think it's in the pool for the regular artifacts. I think it's just a weird company man thing. Let me look at Loot Lemon. Let me check. Let's check Victory Rush. Victory Rush stats. There's element damage. Oh no, there is chance. There is chance. Okay, I missed it. Missed it. Yeah, so then that should be value. That should be value. What was I thinking that was only company man? I guess maybe I'm just not good at using my eyeballs. Ah, no, that's what was crawling on me before. It's a spider. Something was touching me earlier and I couldn't figure out what it was. It was just a spider. Full purple, full orange, and some blue. Big toboggan being weird. That's probably it. Here's the purple super. Long has no idea how to track better half. Yeah. Okay, let's go Victory Rush, Atom Bomb, we go AoE, we go Corrosive Chance. All the chance ones are secondaries, so I can only get one chance roll if I still want AoE with radius. I guess we go corrosive dot chance. Or do we go rad dot chance? What do you think? If I had to pick one? And what do I go on the primary slot for that matter? Corrosive? Yeah, that makes sense. Cooldown. Sorry. Corrosion! Yeah. Moze tree, one of my favorites. It's a cool tree. I wish Explosive Fury worked. But other than that, cool tree. Guess I do this. We go with this, then I don't need to do like the, hey, use this manufacturer, not this one thing. Like I can run a slow hand here. Storm, coil. I do kick charger. Do kick charger here. I love the storm, but like these two fuck. Or maybe I do. No, we'll try it. We'll try this. Try this. Where'd you go, spider guy? It's just a little like harmless one, and I sometimes let those run around because I know they eat the more annoying bugs that are super fucking prevalent this time of year. Oh, you're over there. Okay, yeah, you're fine. Doesn't stop me from getting like the, you know, the crawling, creepy crawly sensation you get when you see like a bug or something. I'm just itchy now. I'm gonna let bro cook. I'm not gonna kill him.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels.
Spider might chase you to the ends of the earth. But I'm not Shocker.
I'm counting on you, Vault
Sorry,
Hunter.
I'm not Shocker! Okay, so these red explosions are gonna be like juicy. Oh, they paid rent.
Thinking I'm back.
You got a red dot on you, little bro? It's tragic. Electricity. Corrosion. Run back that section again. That was satisfying. I love killing Kraken. Especially with red explosions. Never gets old. My mana well still on. Wait, I died, respawned, and my mana well didn't turn off. That's weird. I guess I still had dots on something, so it was still filling. So how's my connection been today? It seemed more stable today, but I don't know if that's just me not paying close attention. Maybe it's a visual bug? Ah, okay. What did you do? It wasn't me, I just optimized. I just optimized the skill tree a little bit. This was someone else. Connection seems fine. That's good. I mean, I've changed absolutely nothing. It's better today for some weird reason.
Breaks my bear and gets away with it.
Now you said your stream's gonna crash? Fucking probably. How you doing, Rune? Fire, electricity, corrosion, redacted, explosive, radiation, cryo, dark magic. Thank you for redacting that dirty word. Back at my desk, and that red explosion, it's so huge. Like, TCP atom bomb red explosions are literally just like an entire hemo arena. Drinking Grimace milk? Isn't Grimace milk Grimace milk? Oh, Freudian slip. Grimace milk a euphemism for cum? Or am I? Do I spend too much time on the internet? Actually, yes. Grimace is a male. I was more referring to like.
Now it's done.
Never mind. Never mind. I'm not gonna explain the logistics of that joke. Someone gets it. Get it? Thank you. I wish I didn't get it. I wish I was sorry. Yeah, like with these red explosions, if anyone in the room dies, the whole room's dead.
Not impressed with your mech, Malawan.
That's just how it works.
Advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
That's a crazy bear trooper. Hang on. Flash radius grenade damage? That's good. birthday. They done milked him on his birthday. It sounds like Grimace is having a good day. Why did that one die? Like, there was a wall between you. Rad explosions are just different, man. They're just different. Yeah, but who doesn't enjoy them? That's what I'm saying. Grimace is living his best life. How you doing, Higgy Brit? I think Ronald McD got the honors. Oversaw it personally.
Another day, another disintegration.
I can just shoot indiscriminately, and then the rad explosions are gonna kill everything, right? As long as I apply a radiation dot. I maybe need to be more proactive about. Like that. That's a good one. And you're gonna rad explode over there? Beautiful. Ooh, let's see how the crossbow does without the Hyperion Complement supporting. It'll be good, as long as we get overkill. I'm gonna chat for your hours now with the rain, put my ass to sleep as soon as I joined. Yeah. There's some things that make me fall asleep really easily. One, car rides. Any length car ride, I'm capable of falling asleep. Could be 2 minutes to the grocery store, still knocks me the fuck out. And rain. Rain is really good at that too. I was probably behind it. Oh, bad shot. Still good damage. Still good damage. I forget that we have a lot of gun damage on this setup, so like the raw hits are still doing quite a bit of work. Good everyone, how we doing today? I'm doing well. We're messing around with the concept of a DoT Moze build. Moze has some things that lend themselves very heavily towards doing DoT stuff, but like it's an uphill battle in a few areas, so we're trying to make it as smooth a build as possible. There's pros and cons. There's some weapons that have been very enjoyable. Surprising. Like, you wouldn't think that this non-elemental Hyperion sniper rifle most people don't know exists, would be a good DoT thing, but weirdly it is. My assumption and believe it triggers something very primal in us here in the rain. Hit the shelter we're in, makes us feel safe and comfortable. That makes sense.
That is definitely your target.
Hey Dex, how are you?
Light that giant bastard up.
Holy, that explosion, dude. This extra heavy duty mayonnaise. Orchestra quality. Extra grimace involved in production. Stop dodging.
Solid takedown. First round's on Lorelei.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
Posted a picture of Discord memes. Not sure how else to put it. I'm scared. Let me see this. Stop shooting me. Toxic. You're a Borderlands enemy. You're not supposed to hit back. That's silly stuff. Extra heavy duty. Like... What's the duty? What is the duty of mayonnaise? Yeah, I'm just confused. I'm alarmed, confused, but a little bit intrigued. If you don't know, you probably don't need it. Duty. Duty. You got a point there. Spitting facts. Another one, Frozen Devil. Am I using... Okay, I'm not using all Malawan. Just a bunch of alien barrel shit. Consistency of wall spackle. Ugh. Yeah, like... Ugh. To protect the land and people of the United States. Is it like the difference between creamy and chunky peanut butter? Is it chunky mayonnaise? Is that what we're missing here? back. Welcome back, Sora.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Chunky mayonnaise? Yes.
Getting out.
Bone in mayonnaise? Those are an extra 5 Indianas there. Yeah, yep. That's where I'm at. I should know this. What is the Malin pistol? The Frozen Devil. Now, it's not actually unreasonable for you not to know this, because no one uses this thing. It's got a bunch of weird stuff about it. Like, incredibly high cryo efficiency. 676% here. Also, its alt fire, which is the one I'm primarily using, gets like 750% crit damage against enemies you've frozen with the primary fire. Like, it's cool. But it's just people don't use it.
Heavy hitter.
I'll try using the main fire. See what happens here. The ice spikes fell from Wonderlands. Something like that. Like, this is the main fire. Nothing too special against, you know, a boss where it doesn't have a favorable elemental matchup. Like, in mobbing, we can get it to apply some good dot. Like that. If are good for freezing mobs. Yeah, let me use that now. Freeze. Do you freeze? Maybe these don't freeze. I don't know if those freeze. I don't think these freeze. Oh, no, they do. Okay, maybe only on Amara. You might need Violent Tapestry to freeze mobs efficiently with the gun. But the alt fire, when you have overkill, applies really big dots like instantly. There's a bunch of other guns that can do that. But I still think it's a cool option. Rat explosion.
Punishment from the heavens!
Triple kill confirmed.
Yo, sideways side monarch. Yo, please,
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger.
please.
Keep going.
Both doll sideways sides on. Oh, God. Rat explosion killed the health bar. Yeah, the radius is so big. We should take this shit to the cistern. Just sit at spawn, clicking a slow hand at every spawn point. Sure, the projectile speed ain't the greatest, but yeah, so Company Man and Atom Bomb are definitely the artifacts I'd recommend most highly for this. Company Man giving you more single target damage. But Atom Bomb giving you access to the most insane rat explosions. You hate Zane? Never seen you speedrun with it. I don't really speedrun Zane much, but I have done Zane speedrunning. I played the build that I made for Zane speedrunning yesterday, actually. It's just Zane's my least favorite character because he's, I find him boring. In terms of, like, I don't know, interaction depth, he's very boring. And something of a turnoff for me is just perception of the character and like common assertions made about him. It's like, ugh, it's exhausting. But sometimes I do Zane stuff. That's what I always say. I play all the characters. Zane's my least favorite. Stop it for playing him occasionally. On this run. Yeah, just did a Zane playthrough recently. Ryu and Moze kill animal. I was sat in sewer pipe eating skag dung and spider ant ring. Rat explosion. No. Was there a bus? Did the area look see? Jesus. Ugh. This doesn't kill, rat explosions kill.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Good dot. Yo, we got the good dot. We got that good. Unfortunately, we didn't get the back-to-back dots to ensure the clean kill. But... Our Buble. Oh, and we accidentally one-shot.
Brilliant
Moze
work,
moment.
Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
Power Bubble Dot is especially impressive on non-Amara characters because Amara is the only one with the dot duration. Like, do that comfortably. We try Death Grip. What's the best dot we can get on a Death Grip? 78k doesn't look awe-inspiring. Like, Coil feels good at 185k. Kick Charger feels really good at 222 with the charge mult. The 5 times charge mult? 4 times? 4 times charge mult? 4 times. So, like, Kick Charger dot is functionally more than 10 times stronger than this. And can overkill chain. This is not going to overkill chain. I don't know. I'm skeptical. It'd be a pain to use. Yeah, like the loop is already awkward. Enemies are going to move out of it. And I'm going to have to do that while sprinting as well. Let me try that Thumper. I'll try the Thumper. It's probably not going to be good. But what if it is? This thing rolls in every element too? Huge. Let's go corrosive. All right, what do we got part wise, option wise here? And I get it down to 1 projectile. Does this thing drop with 1 projectile? Different grip. I don't want grip 1. I want radius? I want damage. I'll go grip 3. We'll go damage. Magazine's locked. Foregrip. Why is there a foregrip that does minus 0.3% damage? What? It's 10% mag size and a 0.3% damage penalty. Think I just take that? What's the fire rate on this thing? I don't know, the fire rate's not high. I guess I stick with the radius one. It's so weird. Death Grip just shite. Like, you can do some very niche things with it, but it's never been particularly good, yeah. Does this thing get annoyance? It does. Okay. $52k base ain't fantastic when you don't have the slow hands dot. But like, maybe it's not bad. Maybe this is cope. But maybe it's not bad. mean, it's fine. I haven't used this thing in endgame in years. Years. Cool looking gun.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Most gun in BL3.
That's the way, boo! Or one for Iron Man.
How do I hit with this thing? Oh, I have to aim like way down. Limits my ability to have conversation. Thanks for sharing. Alright, we don't talk about those attempts to... How do I hit? Okay. At like a mild distance, I have to just still aim directly. This is so awkward. I don't think this is worth it. But I wanted to try out this item. It seems very much not worth it. It's like, why do all of that when I could just use a slow hand? So, Sag. But we tried. Not gonna try out the lob. I don't think it'll be conducive to the playstyle, because, like, it'll have me chasing my projectiles, shooting it while sprinting constantly, then it doesn't have the best dot value on card anyway. Like, the base damage is good, but that's not really indicative of how it deals its damage. I'm skeptical. Maybe I try it out, but I'm skeptical. That's why I haven't done it yet.
Here we go.
Like, enemies are dying from the aura. Like, the man... What the fuck was that red explosion distance? Hello? Okay. I was saying the Manuel bonus element is applying to the aura ticks. That's 20. Sora, thank you for the 420. Blaze it. I appreciate it. there a message with that? Hey. Come on, stop logging me out, dashboard. Imagine this, you are Twitch, you make new feature, people shit on it. What do? So true, bestie. Thank you for supporting me the correct way and not the shitty new Twitch way. Like newer, shittier feature, of course. Moonfire good, my aim bad. That's the takeaway. And by comparison, the old one looks great. We got the first shot, DoT. That's crazy. Never happens.
Oh look, dead meat. Guess you're not as
Punishment from the heavens!
Can you phase?
I'm on a freaking roll!
I was trying to avoid that. That rat explosion was crazy.
triple kill confirmed.
The radius on this is nuts.
Ares wins.
No bad decisions in business, just decisions you need to double down on a few more times. Twitch mission statement. But first you don't succeed, release shittier things until people no longer care about the old thing. Solve no problems and coast until someone else fixes the problem with third-party stuff or until the issue is no longer talked about.
Step to the wrong chick.
If all else fails, you get a golden parachute and go to another big company because your experience shitty ideas is an asset. Crazy. I hate that you're 100% right. Like, hear me out. What if we did... I have that true melee Moze save where it's just punching with Unleash the Dragon. Like, what if we somehow got a ton of DoT support into that? Like, we had juicy rat explosions, Leash the Dragon DoT, and Ionic Disruptor DoT. Like, that seems like that could cook. Yes, chef. You know, cook. I'm hungry. Hungry. I'm hungry. Comically large red explosions. I got some big dots on me. It's okay. We just rushed an offensive. Oh, and everyone's dead. Okay. It's mob player ability. Sure, only a spoonful whips out comically large red explosion. It's just such a cool mechanic. I really, really, really hope Radiation returns in the next main series entry.
Cut 'em down, cub.
'Cause it's just so well designed.
Never mess with Mama's
Got
cub.
great sound design. They gave it drawbacks. Like, it's just awesome. They've gotten better at designing elements over time, for sure.
Is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Oh.
Body count.
That's the explosion. DoT, unbelievable.
All right, now I'm pissed. Friggin' scrub.
Mist in Wonderlands doesn't really have a place in fantasy. It's sort of present in the item effect of the inflammation. That's cool. That spell has a lot of things that work kind of like how Radiation do. Not getting good dots on this face. Fortunate. Why we just brute force this.
Takedown confirmed. Woo!
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
You die to a rad dot, right? 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 Okay, well, you die to a guardian angel shot. Same thing, it rhymes. Slag was cool at first, so notice I had to balance endgame around it. Pretty much happy slag in endgame, so I hate slag. Not only that, but it's also a very sneaky way of bloating parts. Now, Borderlands 2's part set is pretty simplistic otherwise, so it didn't end up mattering all that much. But like, for example, what if you wanted a weapon and you kept getting it to drop in slag? You already have the aggressive weighting towards non-LE, and you also have slag, which is often just a terrible damage dealing element compared to matching elements or whatever the thing's weak to. Not always, but often. Then you have the fact that slag is RNG application. It is a damage debuffing mechanic that isn't guaranteed to do the one thing it does. It'd be like if you had an It's Piss Grenade in this game, and it had a chance to just not do anything at all when it hits. Like, why are you like that? That's the stuff independent of the centralizing nature of how it works in Endgame. It sucked. It was a miserable experience, and there's a reason why they haven't put it in a game since then. People asking for it back is proof that, like, they'll ask for anything back if there's enough nostalgia attached to it. It's just, like, Borderlands 1 had a better implementation of a debuff mechanic too. Corrosion was a debuff in that game. Corrosion! Borderlands 3 gives you multiple ways of debuffing. Borderlands has Soaked, which in my opinion is the most interesting form of debuff they've done so far. For anyone who hasn't played that game, Soaked is you do more fire damage, or excuse me, the inverse. You do more cryo and lightning damage, but less fire damage to the target. That's cool, a debuff with downsides, but like, it always applies. Not RNG. Basically, I just don't want to RNG farm an enemy that has a chance to drop an item, that has a chance to drop in an element, that has a chance to debuff. Because that sounds fucking awful. But that's just how I look at it. So thoughts on how this is going? Maybe for this, like, dumping the charge speed passive could be good for the non-storm guns here. I don't really need to charge the kick charger, and the charge speed isn't helping the GA bit or the slow hand bit. But in terms of what passives are, like, beneficial, that don't increase the gun hit and not the dot, there's not much I can do here. Hyperion weapon damage. I guess weapon reload speed could be decent. Being able to use, what, 3 different items to apply it? 4 with blade skills made it really adaptable too. Yeah, you got, Tidebreaker, Twisted Delusion, Cape of Tides, and Bogged Down. Favorite game in the series, BO3 Endgame. BO3 Endgame is definitely still flawed. But it's by far my favorite experience in the franchise, and certainly hope they take more cues from this than what the people who shat on it when they thought it would give them a platform did years ago. I still vividly remember it was a very cool day when I was talking to K6, and we kind of realized that it was no longer trendy to hate on this game. We could just actually play it in peace. That was a great conversation. I'll do one more. I'll do one more. One more. I'm feeling it. Feeling it. Debuff skills. Wonderlands World. Pre-Wonderlands, actually. Pre-Wonderlands. This is when this happened. It's just BL3. Of course, benefited from the phenomenon of any series. The most recent entry will be hated on by people who just do so out of habit. So, of course, BL3, it's a deflection due to that. Although, you know, BL3 and Wonderlands are different IPs, but they get lumped together as landscapes. Here, I'll give another fandom example. Call of Duty. Every new Call of Duty thing is the most hated new Call of Duty thing. Every time.
I'm feeling it.
Story was pretty bad, gameplay made up for it. I don't think the story was like a departure from Borderlands storytelling, if we're being honest. None of the story is that good. It's just this game doesn't have a handsome Jack to distract from it.
You think I need Iron Cup to kill you?
I would also like to note that Jack isn't even a well-written character. Jack is a well-performed character. I've been bringing this up a lot lately, but I feel it's important to discuss. I enjoy the performance of Handsome Jack immensely. Put his lines down on paper and just a summary of the plot points of that game, and you're like, huh, this guy's not even really in this game much, is he? And what's his motivation? Oh, paper fucking thin. Why do we like him? And the answer is because the performance was awesome. Now, is the story of this game a highlight for me? No, absolutely not. But I do try to point out when I think games are not as different from their predecessors as people think. People forget that Angel being retconned to be Jack's daughter wasn't exactly popular. I'd forgotten about that completely. New Modern Warfare 2 is the best one since Advanced Warfare IMO. See, I didn't play Modern Warfare 2. I didn't care for Modern Warfare, like the reboot, not the OG Modern Warfare. I didn't care for that one. The last one I really enjoyed was Black Ops 4. And that's not a popular opinion. Like, I played a bit of Cold War. Burn out on it very quickly. Really thought about it like that. I'll have to see for myself because I genuinely think BL2 is a fantastic story. Hey, let me know what you think with that in mind next time you like take a look at the BL2 story, because I'd love to have that conversation. And of course, I'm not saying everyone needs to agree with me. I'm not saying that it's an objective thing. Just from my perspective, it's not a memorable story in any capacity except for things involving Jack. And Jack himself, like,
Yeah, Valkyries have thrones. Read a damn
the iconic lines people really love from the character, those were ad-libbed. They weren't written, they were just in the booth. The VA was like, be cool if I did this, so he just did it. And guess what? He made good choices. Because I still think that that's probably the most impactful voice acting in video games, just like ever. How much it's shaped perception of a character and a game and an IP. Like, managed to become the face of a franchise in its second entry. Without particularly deep material to work with. Like, I think that's really noteworthy. Unlike Black Ops 3 or 4, they changed Advanced Warfare's already perfect movement system for something subpar, a little too floaty for me. Well, that's why I like 4 better than 3. Because 4 is back to boots on the ground. 4 is like the hero shooter aspects of 3, but with boots on the ground. I don't love the hero shooter aspects, but I enjoyed the balancing some of the other things. And I enjoyed the zombies mode in 4. But yeah, I totally agree with your take on 3 versus Advanced Warfare. I feel about it as well.
I'm on a freaking roll.
Skill 3 leads an actual story like beginning, middle, end with a complete arc. Now there's a bunch of fumbles, there's a bunch of characters that just don't land, there's a bunch of inclusion of attempts at fan service that just don't land for me either. But it is at least a 3-act structure story. That attempts to set up multiple antagonists. So a lot of the core characters don't land for people, and then there's visible points where they change direction. And then the pacing suffers a lot in a couple places. To its credit, Borderlands 2 has pretty good pacing. At least in comparison.
Cub's got claws. Here we go.
Black Ops 2's story was fine, was my favorite. That or Advanced Warfare multiplayer, peak multiplayer experience. Yeah, I think Black Ops 2 is still very much like gold standard for Call of Duty multiplayer. Most people, at least around my age, late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s, we're gonna think of like Modern Warfare 2 or Black Ops 2 as like the peak game, you know?
Mama's cup.
Back in the days of the Xbox 360, those were incredibly popular games with a lot of longevity. Turn my manual on. That's why I was going down. So, speaking back on like what I'm doing content-wise today, I know it's probably not the most interesting thing to see me do Malawan takedown with the same build a bajillion times, especially with me mostly on autopilot. But like doing this is how you commit builds to muscle memory. And, like lots of hours of this makes you a better build crafter. figuring out how to handle each section in one sort of match. Like, I was struggling with these guys earlier today. Now I can handle it. Was Birch left before the game was done, and Sam and Guru had to try to piece shit together basically last minute. Just saying a little perspective in order, because it looks like we were in store for an even bigger mess before Birch left. I just like Birch in Gearbox split more or less amicably. So, yeah, I don't know the circumstances behind that, but I can say that in terms of the stuff that I know Sam and the current team have overseen, I like their writing style. I think it's of a higher standard for the things that they have had complete control over, such as Wonderlands. I'm inclined to give that group the benefit of the doubt when it comes to things like BL3's story course changes.
Definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Welcome to the kill zone.
They're afraid of Black Ops 2 Remake. If they fail at it, it'd be the biggest possible success they could ever have. It's perfect and the biggest success they ever have. Why would we need to buy any of their COD? Well, I think what they're doing right now is they're just releasing the same game every year, which is why they're taking time off to focus on like Warzone content and stuff. They're just releasing minimally different games that are even like the same under the hood. Modern Warfare and Cold War, the same under the hood. Like, they're just doing that because they don't have ideas. Like, what can they do at this point other than make sequels with the same gameplay but different guns? Like, how can they innovate? A decade ago, they pivoted to the whole advanced movement thing as a way to modernize and set themselves apart and also capitalize on things like Titanfall hype. But like, they've since stopped doing that. That's no longer a thing. I would love a little more gun damage to secure that kill. Need a Titanfall 3. How about that recent story about how Titanfall 3 was in development for 10 months? Wow, Radsplosion from there killed the better half over there. Titanfall 3 was in development for 10 months before it got cancelled. COD killer we need. I don't think any game should market itself as a killer of another IP, because that's how you immediately garner ill will and set yourself up to be a disappointment. Do your own thing. There's plenty of, like, room creatively to define yourself without tying yourself to another IP out of the gate. That's why every MMO that's branded itself as a WoW killer has failed, right? You put more energy into that than doing your own thing, and no one gives a shit what you do because of it. Hype chat's just gonna sit here taking up space in my input. Yeah, Felicia, I set it to $100 minimum so no one would actually do it. Because Twitch does not give me an option to turn it off. Yay! Hey, Stump. How are you? So I'm feeling this is the most optimal loadout. I mean, Company Man would get me that one DoT cycle. That additional gun damage would do it. I think. $100. I mean, I won't. Like, even if you're gonna do that as a shitpost, just go through the dono link, the tip link stream elements, because like I actually get that money instead of Twitch getting a 30% cut of whatever you do with the hype chat shit. And like it's so obnoxious because they set the default minimum as $1. Think about that shit, like messages I can't moderate that cause alerts in the chat and on the screen for $1, and I get 70 cents of that before tax. Like, no thanks. I had to check the vulgarity and substance use boxes for my stream. I should probably check the vulgarity one for mine. Wonder how long before dono links are banned. Depends on how many more big streamers leave the platform. Because despite the fact that Twitch loses money on those people, they panic every time they lose another one.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way
Idealistically
there
speaking,
and
though, I
be
think
ready
Activision would
for
actually try to make a genuinely good game if they had pressure and possibility of failure with competition of a COD killer, so to speak. Also, yes, if people held Activision to account for all of their various just morality deficiencies, I think they'd be pressured to try to win some goodwill back with
Dead.
some good content.
I'm on a freaking roll.
That's what wanted an Activision product in a long time. All I can really do. Yeah. That's true. Being realistic, they don't care about the way they're seen. Everything's about money. If someone threatens to take money away, they'll bend. Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. Absolutely. Like, their pivot with their approach to COD content design was not because of the controversy they found themselves in with the state of California suing them for being shitty. Even though timeline-wise the announcement lines up, it's because the game that came out in that quarter, Vanguard, did terribly. That's why they pivoted.
Step to the wrong shit.
Oh, never mind, you got up? Yeah, I'm good. I'm chilling.
Whoever killed my cub is dead.
They seem to have dotted me some. Part of going to deep sea exploration. Base, no. Base.
And the heavens meet the sky!
Picking up back.
Unforgivable!
Triple kill confirmed.
That was pretty good.
Clip the Valkyrie's wing.
I had some bad DoT RNG there.
Max, but we're off
Like,
to
something I've
later.
considered
Keep going.
is... Infernal Wish is not as good damage-wise as O.M or Manuel here. But, like, the extra instance, maybe that forces some DoT consistency? Probably not. But maybe. Build this up bitchin' set of tools. Should just go to Home Depot. $20 price limit. And you're good. You got everything you need for a Titanic sub. Double the chance, but no increase in DoT damage. Yeah. Do you think the consistency
Right now I'm
is potentially worth? Or do you think it's just... Because, like, it's giving up a lot. Like, giving up the shield slot. Especially versus now that I've gotten comfy with mana wall damage reduction and I'm fucking spoiled. As soon as I start using anything else, I'm probably going to be going down left and right. You questions and playing the build all day. Like, if I had to answer that from my experiences playing so far, the consistency would be nice depending on weapon. There's some that don't really need it. Like, I'd feel fine without it on a storm, for example. Feel fine without it on a plasma coil. A kick charger, it'd be nice. Because, like, when you do get a kick charger DoT versus when you don't, huge difference. Major Kong, it's probably the play, because you get all the extra child projectiles as well, which is a lot of additional chances to apply DoTs. Maybe for bus fight? Yeah. Yeah, I think for bus fight. I love the storm. It's so good in the setup, Stump. On the same page? Okay, cool.
body count. You think I need Iron Cub to kill you?
Yeah, the storm is great here because it'll keep my shield full with me sprinting around. But also, this kind of build with the atom bomb is if I kill someone, I kill everyone. And storm will chip everyone down. The double amp, so that means there's still some extra value. Yeah, double amp wish. Still get an increase. Yeah, it's multi-projectile compatible. It's very weapon dependent. There's some where wish is gonna be like, I think for kick charger. For sure, and probably Kong. So far, I'm really feeling Manuel for everything else, and Manuel is definitely the most comfortable mobbing. I'm gonna take down repeatedly to iron at the creases just for fun. You farming something? Just to iron at the creases. I'm kind of on autopilot, just paying attention to certain sections while I think. All on takedown's an excellent place to test builds because it's on the higher end of difficulty. It's not the hardest, but it's high enough that you need some sort of build cohesion to do it efficiently. But also it presents a variety of situations at you. Like that bridge is the densest mobbing in the game. Then you've got bosses that work differently. Got different health bar types to cover. It's just a good place to test builds. So like if I'm really trying out a new build, I almost always come here. So refinement.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
I got a dot? I did. Not a strong one. I can get overkill. A dot. Yeah, like Wish would give me some consistency here. Not a whole lot, but some. Like that shot with no dot felt bad. Call me an ad. I get overkill.
Another disintegration.
Takedown in the bag. Pack it up.
Pretty new to this endgame stuff. Didn't really take the endgame appeal too seriously. Just make a new character. That was pretty much the focus of the content design of that game, if we're being honest, guess it's bad. Like, the equivalent of doing what I'm doing in BL2 would be running DigiPeak over and over on the desired OP level to get the desired layout. And I think DigiPeak is fantastic content, but a lot of people don't vibe with OP levels, so they don't do that. So most players will get through to level 80, which takes for fucking ever. They will get to their desired OP level, 0 through 10. Do each raid boss one time, and then make a new character. That is the most common gameplay loop. Whereas with this game, you're much more likely to see people doing the repeatable activities, because there's just more repeatables. No shot, we're in ad jail again. Unfortunate. Jail. Yeah, charge speed benefits 2 of the 4 here. So I guess for maximum consistency with the kick charger into Wotan, you would use the Vladoff Company Man and Infernal Wish, and then Vladoff weapon damage on the Bloodletter. I'm making a face. I'm sorry if you say something to me as held hostage by Taco Bell. No, the ad jail. Nah, you never need to apologize. I was saying that BL2's content is structured in such a way that most players just get to level 80, then they get to their desired OP level. 0 through 10. Most people opt for 0 or 8. And then do each raid boss once, and then make a new character, because Peak is great content, and it would be the equivalent of this, but like, most people don't disconnect from OP levels in their mind, so they don't like it because of the association, and that's fair. And then this game just has more repeatable stuff. Like, in terms of repeatable activities that aren't just fighting one boss in that game, all you have is DigiPeak. In this game, you got the 2 takedowns, you got the 6 proving grounds, you got the 3 slaughters, and you got the cartel and bloody harvest event areas. So you see more in terms of how people consume the content. More people do repetitive stuff like this in this game, whereas in BL2 you'll tend to see more people just rolling up a new character. Just because that's what each game attempted to do. I don't think it's necessarily as much a failing of one or the other. It's just they targeted different players, you know? Hey, Stump, thank you so much for gifting out a sub. 40th time. That's awesome. I appreciate you. Spanish Taco Bell for you. W. It's like one game is structured around the playthrough experience and the other one is structured around repetition of your favorite activities. That's all. Different people desire different things, so having options is good. Obviously, in a perfect world, we'd have support for both in one game, but we can always hope for that in the future. Do we need this? Ooh, what that? Edge. Got a flaccid offshoot build, use Wish Toboggan Storms, always really fun when I overkill chain and pop heads. Oh yeah, overkill chaining the storm so satisfying. It's especially interesting on Moze because like you have, not only do you have this crazy DoT support, like it's got a huge splash radius with TCP, so you can chain really efficiently. Let's do one more. I'll do Wish. Try to not be super dependent on manual damage reduction to function. And then that'll be it. Got to OP10 and beat who I could. Eventually got tired of grinding for gear. Then I needed to beat some of the harder bosses. I really like that it's not too easy to get gear in this game, but not too hard. It depends on what you're going for. That's the thing. In some cases, it's easy. In some cases, you will never see it. Getting a drop of an item is, on average, comparable or easier in this game, but getting anything specific is massively less likely. So this is largely because of how the part sets are different, but like we'll go with the most easy to understand slot first. Class mods. In BL2, they barely change, right? There's no real moving parts on most class mods. You'll have maybe one stat that varies, or your skill point distribution will be off by like 1 point per skill. Which means just getting a drop of the class mod you're after is usually good enough. Not the case in this game at all. Not the case in this game at all. These skill points are variable. So most class mods will roll 3 different skills that can roll up to 5 points in them. And you have 5 skill points total for the class mod. So if you wanted, say, 5 in one skill, you need to roll that 1 in 5 before the other 10 possible rolls happen, because it rolls concurrently. So you'd have to roll the 1 in 15, and then the 1 in 14, then the 1 in 13, and then the 1 in 12, and then the 1 in 11. You'd have to roll those consecutively, successfully. And then you have your substats on the bottom, which there are 70 different passives you can have in those slots. 70. And then there's some class mods where you want something really specific, like if you want a Hustler, for example. Almost everyone who goes out for a Hustler specifically wants one with splash radius. And good fucking luck. Like, even if you get that, then okay, what about everything else about the class mod? So in this way, this is what we mean when we say getting items is harder in BL3, because almost every item has this issue. Where you still have a chance to acquire the item, but then for anything specific about it, it's like... And with guns in BL2 having very few slots that change, but guns in BL3 have massively more. Like, if we just look at the Storm here, this is one of the... It's not as big an offender, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 7, 8, 9... 9 variable slots on this gun, and it's one of the... And then 10 if you include the anointment. Fortunately, it's element locked, and Mal 1 snipers don't vary that much, but like that's still way more individual slots that can change, and each one is a bigger stat swing than anything in BL2's part set. How you doing, some old guy? And then there's Wonderlands. Yeah, Wonderlands where the problem is compounded even more. Like, people conflate BL2 you seeing orange beams less frequently as the farming is harder. No, it's massively easier in almost every capacity. What stats on card do you like to see removed to get rid of clutter farming? I mean, stats on card being removed is different. It's like a different issue. But for example, you see how this slow hand has that 65% weapon damage thing on there? That's just confusing to players. Like, you don't take this value and then 1.65 times it. Like, no, but a lot of new players will think you do that. Decluttering the card would just be a nice quality of life, accuracy of information thing. But in terms of, like, to cut down on part variance bloat, there's a bunch of things they could do. That aggressive weighting towards non-elemental that they've had since BL2, get rid of that. Class mods don't need 70 different passives with the skill variance as well. Artifacts are comparable to class mods in terms of number of variables. And then guns don't need to have, in some cases, upwards of a 60% damage swing from ideal parts versus worst parts. You don't want Jacob's weapon accuracy? Now, Jacob's weapon accuracy is a fun stat. If I could change it in and out at will, but I can't. So, like, if I get that instead of a stat that is important for increasing my damage, because class mod artifact slots are literally the most important thing for your build's damage output, in a majority of builds in the game, like, it's gonna be, it feels bad. I think it's cool that passives like grenade capacity exist, because they give you fun things to build around, but you can't choose them unless you save at it. So it's like, you'll never want them if you have to only have one. So Wish Storm has fucked so far. That's been pretty, it's been pretty good. I like a workbench type mechanic where we can take pieces from guns that we want, store them so we can workshop our own god roll when we get the parts we want. That would be more player friendly. Yeah. It'd be pretty close to the grinder from TPS that was not ideal, but it'd be better. Put a whole bit on that problem that unnecessary confusing info often prevents other useful info from being listed because limited card size. Right. And you often end up with skill descriptions. Does Moze have any of these? Black has a couple skills that are so long in description that there's a scroll bar, but you can't scroll on mouse and keyboard. I guess Moze doesn't have any of these. That's the Moze W. But the biggest example is Flack's Interplanetary Stalker skill has an incredibly long description because it has a lot of effects, but that description doesn't even begin to tell you everything the skill does, and they still don't have room. Even with the incomplete description, they don't have room, because shit in these games is complicated. And because shit's complicated, maybe you want to make as best, like, use the real estate you have as responsibly as possible. So things like this 408% weapon damage on kick charger that confuses people, you don't need that. Like, the weapon damage, the fire rate buff, the reload speed buff, like, those don't tell you anything. People are going to think that you get these stats for having the item equipped, and like, no, it's baked into the values up there. You already see the values up there. You don't need that down there. The whole item score system that just tells you number of parts on an item, like, that isn't useful information. Like, what does this mean? 769 item score versus 799 item score? Like, does this mean that the Guardian Angel does more damage per shot than the kick charger? Like, fucking no, it doesn't. Like, what does item score mean? The game doesn't tell you anywhere, but what it actually is just, it's a part count. Which means an item with a scope can have a higher item score when the scopes have no effect on gameplay. One of us manages to suffer aggressive visual pollution in the inventory as if it weren't enough problem when playing. Yeah, again, it's a progression of the inventory decisions made with this game, where 30% of your screen is a character model instead of anything useful. And then in terms of actual items in your inventory, you can see 8 without scrolling. 8. When you can hold 50. You don't need fully rendered icons that bog down performance. No stats in either crit and splash. Yeah, like, it showing splash radius on the card will tell you if the gun is splash or not. They could just, instead of having that, be like, deals splash damage. That's it. There you go. And, like, the crit mult is important to know, because that is something that affects everything you're doing while holding the gun. That is a global buff applied to you. The zoom, sure, that's cool. How much ammo it consumes per shot, those are useful stats. BL2 did inventory better, not perfect, it has its own issues. Yeah, not perfect, but definitely better. For sure. So much squishier.
It is on!
Come get some.
Some of the radius is important in various parts. Yeah, there are ways of communicating that.
Let the heavens meet the sky!
Yeah, like, this consistency from the Wish has already felt amazing. Manuel's amazing bulk, like, you're super tanky. Getting the shock bonus element for free is cool. So yeah, I should put that there. But, like, consistency is what Amara has that Moze lacks. I mean, also duration, but you can't do anything about that. You can do something about the consistency, though.
Triple kill confirmed. Clip the Valkyrie's wings.
Crit ammo consumes, splash damage, splash radius, anything the base stats don't already tell us. Right. We don't need the numbers that you use to multiply to get to the base damage. And I'm not saying that I want them to tell me exactly how a weapon works on the card, because, again, you probably don't have the room. And part of the fun of these games for me is when I see a new item that I think looks cool or sounds badass or something, I pick it up and I'm blown away by what it's doing. That's cool. Testing, figuring out how items work is cool. I enjoy that. Some people would prefer to know exactly what they're getting into beforehand, and I don't think that's necessarily invalid. It's not how I play, but it's not invalid. But I do think getting rid of things that serve no positive purpose in the user interface is just good.
Fresh targets over. Birds.
Okay, Legend, how you doing? Been a minute. Hope you've been doing well.
Hell no! I see you, boo. Last of the core going out.
Out of my way, sir. Something to die, start a explosion chain, and we're chilling. Okay, there we go. I got a lot of Phalanx Doctrine stacks there. Damn it, my action skill broke. 14 Phalanx stacks. Alright, down me. Big explosion. Big groundbreaker. Big overkill. It's been interesting since the move. Can't say things have been getting better either, but I'm surviving. Things have been well, all things considered. Yeah, I can't complain. I hope things stabilize in a positive way for you soon. Always here to provide distractions if you ever need it. I'm glad to see you're still trucking along. Best you can. Is this a bad Black Adam from Multiverses? No. It's Derek Powers from Batman Beyond. But it's about limiting weapon space, because I like trying new guns, or I enjoy what I have. I tend to entirely look over other weapons if it means replacing them. I'm already using my 2 weapon slots. I think giving players a bigger backpack encourages them to pick up and try out more items. I think, like, Wonderland's backpack size is bigger than BL3 backpack size. I think the next game's backpack size should be even bigger than that. Like, what's the point of having a bunch of items in the game if you're not going to use them?
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
I should be using Company Man right now. Let's see how this goes. I think that was amped, but I did get a dot.
Anybody counting?
Oh, that's unfortunate. Hey, I killed him. Dot? Ooh, we did get a dot. That's hog. Would have been better, but we did get a dot. You get one there? No. Get overkill.
Solid.
No, and Rat Explosion killed. So, like, that's Wish versus Manuel. Manuel is super cool and gives you a bunch of safety nets, but I think the consistency from Wish is really valuable here. No point having 400 legendaries, only having 40 backpack slots. Right. Give me 100 backpack slots, digital bag of holding with its own pocket dimension. I mean, I'd say you could go even further. Like, Godfall does not have an inventory limit. It doesn't have a bank, but instead you just hold your items. Your character backpack space is as big as you want it to be. Stored on that character, but like it's as big as you want it to be. Now, I have had enough items in that game to where it started to crash my game, and longer activities in that game will result in you getting hundreds, even upwards of 1,000 in a couple cases, items. But like, it's been done and it works. Especially in an environment where items have as much art variation as they do in this game. Like, where people are going to want to pick up multiple versions of things because, contrary to what some would have you believe, there is rarely a way to define a perfect item. It is nearly unquantifiable. You need to get very specific about a use case if you want to define a perfect item. Even if that use case is something as broad as dealing damage, there's still rarely one answer to that. We'll say I've fallen behind on the state of things Gearbox-wise. Saw a few articles mentioning BL4. There's been no news on that front, Loki. Like, we've known for a couple years that they're working on it behind the scenes, but there's been no official announcements or anything. And I'm personally in no rush. Because rushing a game like that is how it ends up being disappointing. I'm hoping they let it cook. Make sure it's well optimized. Make sure it's not content light. And I'm willing to wait as long as that takes. Let him cook. Yeah. I know it's a community sentiment in the Borderlands fandom that no one wants to wait as long as the gap between BL2 and 3 again. Like, I get it. That's specifically something that people have some distaste for. I'd like to note that other things came out between 2 and 3. 2 had a long content cycle in terms of like DLC and post-launch support. And I would expect a similar experience going into a hypothetical 4, because like BL3 had a really long content cycle and lots of support, and they released Wonderlands as well. So I would expect to still have to wait a few years, right? still waiting for Elder Scrolls 6, you're gonna be waiting a bunch more years. I would not expect Elder Scrolls 6 for like another half a decade at least. It's like Starfield, man. They're on that Starfield shit right now. Fair, I'm a little sad Wonderland's gonna get a second season for the good reasons. I hope Wonderland series continued. They've said that the Wonderland's IP is something they're carrying forward. I certainly hope that that includes at least another game. Because like it did some stuff that I think is really cool. And by the metrics they measure with, it was deemed a financial success in terms of engagement. It had one of their bigger launches. So I think that points towards them not abandoning or pivoting. I certainly hope reception to certain things doesn't make them throw entire good ideas in the trash. If we can make it less than 7 years, that'd be cool, mostly so I can be under 40 when I play 4. I mean, it's been... In less than 3 months, BL3 will turn 4 years old. September 13th, BL3 will turn 4 years old. I've seen the rumor mill has been suggesting that next console gen is likely 2028. So, like, if we were to take that 7-year thing, like 7 years or less, let's go less. Let's call it 6. If it came out in 2 years, it'd be right in the middle of a console generation. If that 2028 rumor ended up holding any water, which I don't think it will. I think that's a number someone pulled out of their ass. But humor me. If you had to decide, would you want a game early in a console gen, in the middle, or towards the end? Now, I don't think there's a wrong answer here, because obviously it's not the sole determining factor on, like, you know, how good a game is. But, like, I would personally say the later in a gen something comes out, the more wary I am of it, because while there have been successes like God of War 2018, Spider-Man PS4, those are towards the end of the PS4's content cycle, and they were bangers and they hold up well. But like we end up in situations like BL3 and Wonderlands, which Wonderlands in particular had no business launching on old-gen consoles. You end up with stuff like Cyberpunk, which had no business launching on old-gen consoles. I don't want those things to happen. If we could just get games that can live up to their full potential by releasing on platforms that they should be on. Red Dead 2 is also towards the end of the PS4 era. Red Dead Redemption 2 was 2017 or 2018, I thought. That was like in the middle. Let's get Remnant 2 to tide us over. I'm so hyped for that, Loki. Like, going back to the Cyberpunk point specifically, now that they've officially dropped support for old-gen consoles, they're implementing new features and redesigning the game from the ground up, to the point where it's like system specs are changing when the DLC comes out. System requirements. Like, they're putting features they've wanted to put in, like the police AI overhaul. But, like, that just wouldn't work on the older platforms. So it's been shown that games suffer quality-wise from releasing on older hardware and newer hardware simultaneously. So, like, the later you get in a console generation, the more likely you are to have that problem. So, like, would we want a rushed BL4 if we could instead get, like, a next-gen Borderlands game? Obviously, we don't have one on current gen, so I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. But it's a hypothetical. It's interesting to think about. You mentioned God of War 2018 is the end of PS4 game. Yeah, you're right. Like, 2018 is the middle point. It's the middle. I thought Red Dead Redemption was 17, but if it was an 18, then yeah, same era. Same era. Unreal Engine 5 is such a huge update over 4. I wonder if console could do it currently. I think current console gen could probably handle it. Obviously, previous gen can't. And keep in mind, we are in the 3rd year of this console gen. It's weird to think about, but like PS5 and whatever the fuck the current Xbox is called, it was 2020 shit. I always play Darktide and Starfield, hold me over for a while. We've got some banger releases coming up. I wasn't hugely excited for Starfield until they did that huge info dump, but now I'm kind of into it. Got Remnant 2, got Starfield. Hopefully we get some Hades 2 news soon. Spider-Man 2. Playing on PS4 right now entirely on the side of cutting off past gen. It means making the most of the game to absolutely cut off PS4 and whatever the Xbox is. Yeah, like BL3 did not run well on old consoles, and it came out in 2019. So only 5 years into a gen, and it was already problematic. Now, of course, the game could be optimized better. It's not an every game release problem, but I do think it's worth discussing. Have you looked into Final Fantasy 16? Seems like there's some fun build crafting potential with what I've seen. So, Final Fantasy 16 is actually the first Final Fantasy game I've seriously been considered trying out. I've never been like a Final Fantasy fan. Not that I dislike it or anything. I've just never played one of the games. Appreciate from a distance. Appreciate other people appreciating it from a distance. But like Final Fantasy 16 has gotten received extremely well, and I've heard nothing but good things, and it sounds like something I might want to try out. Yeah, I've considered it. Next up, Xbox Series 8 equals D. Yeah. Archive looks so sick. Having to wait will make it even more fun. Bring on the brutal RNG. My body's ready. You're built different, Thermal. You are built different. But yeah, I'll stop dragging my feet. I just enjoy chatting with you guys. Final Fantasy 16 is getting all the praise for combat and story. Apparently the RPG mechanics are very lacking. I could see that being a turnoff. Especially with RPG mechanics or something people have come to expect from some of those games. Like, I can't even say all of them, because some of them. Ready for that rush of dopamine. Finally found I've been looking for at 3 a.m. on a random Tuesday. I personally don't like games designed like that, but hey, not everything is for everyone, and that's okay. Trade my Xbox for a PlayStation so I can play it. I'm excited to get my hands on it. Yeah, when you do play it, let me know what you think. I was having this discussion with Prismatic the other day. And it seems like something that could be cool. Could be cool. But yeah. Dragging my feet. Been live for a little over 5 hours. Mostly Moze theory crafting, but some fun talky. Y'all are awesome. I appreciate you. Tomorrow is Saturday. Yeah, I'll be live. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll be live. Who's online right now? The Pilot is on BL2, doing a charity shamathon. BZK is on BL3. Tizzle is playing Fear Extraction. Let's raid Tizzle. Let's raid Tizzle. But if you want to go support Pilot while it is a charity thing, I'm a huge fan of Pilot, and you should absolutely do that. Yeah, so join the raid. We'll say hi to Tizzle. Just one of the nicest people to meet on the internet. Plays tons of games. Rarely finishes any of them. But just awesome human. Yeah, you'll have a good time. But thank you, everyone. I'm gonna drink some water because I'm fucking hot and it's miserable outside. Bye.